I'll start in 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Interesting, I saw my suit today. I have to tailor gear now because I don't fit. Sometimes you
Yeah. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the July 21st, 2025 meeting of the Merced City Council. We're going to begin with our invocation from Val Fogelberg from the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints. And then after that, Councilmember Ronnie DeAnda will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Fogelberg.
Our Father in heaven, we humbly gather together this evening in the spirit of community. We're grateful for the freedom that thou hast afforded us to assemble. We ask your blessings upon the people who have been elected to lead our city in which we live. Father, please remind them that they are not only leaders, but also servants. That is their responsibility to serve the common good of all. Grant them the wisdom and the courage to know and to do what is right and good and true. We're also grateful for our first responders that keep our city safe. And we ask that thou wilt bless them with protection while they serve. And we ask for these blessings in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
All right, Councilmember DeAnda.
Everybody, I pledge allegiance to the
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember DeAnda. Thank you, Mr. Fogelberg.
Okay, agenda item D, roll call. Councilmember DuPont.
Present.
DeAnda. Harris.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Zhang.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Here. And Mayor Serrato.
Present.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience that if they wish to address the City Council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the City Council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the City Council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda. And they will also be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to City of Merced or cityclerk@cityofmerced.org, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the City Council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Nhớ rồi, giờ này từ xã tàu lúc trong sĩ thả mà nó xài lụt mong nó chỉว่าchỉ cú rồi phải nó cú xài lụt mong rồi nè, một trong đầu.
Hello. Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Mirna Zárate y soy intérprete en español. Si ocupan mi ayuda, voy a estar aquí sentada. Muchas gracias.
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as the Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and/or successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as the City Council, and the Mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency receive no compensation. Agenda item E, report out of closed session.
There is no report out of closed session.
Agenda item F, ceremonial matters. F1, certificate of recognition to Merced High School track and field players for winning the Division III section championship requested by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Jennifer. Well, I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Boyle in a second. We'll invite our Merced High track and field players, are the Division III section champions. Coach Denise, everybody else, come on down. All right, everybody, please give them a warm round of applause and welcome.
Good evening, everybody. So it's my honor to recognize these gentlemen tonight. Joseph and I went to Merced High together, and he was posting on his Facebook page the 4x1 relay, and I think I probably watched it 10 times, just how amazed I was of how fast these gentlemen were running on the track. And so I want to give Joseph a few things to say, because there was a lot of accomplishments and some triumphs that you guys have done this year.
Thank you, Sarah. First and foremost, I want to thank Sarah for allowing us to be acknowledged here for this wonderful feat they've accomplished. Not only is she the district council member for Merced High, she was also an alumni. Like she said, we went to school together, so it's just beautiful how it came full circle. So thank you again so much. We truly appreciate it. The amount of effort that these boys put into the accomplishment that why we're here in front of you today is just incredidible. First things first, they've broke a long 30-plus year drought and became the the Division III CCC champions plus Division III champions for the first time in over 30 years. If I put it into perspective for you, I was 5 years old the last time we actually accomplished such a feat, and every single one of these gentlemen are a perfect example of hard work paying off. So with Julian Higuereta, Brody Dabney, Brett Parker, Jesse Denise, Grayson Friday, and Grayson Frade, and Jesse Denise, we don't have Alexander Castaneda with us, and Camden Gudgel with us. They were also part of this accomplishment. So again, we thank you so much. And do you guys have the batons? At this time, I just want to, for us ceremonial, these are our two seniors that are on the team. We're going to see them go, unfortunately, and we just want to literally pass the baton over to our undergrads here so we can carry on the torch and continue our greatness.
So you're going to Fresno State?
Oh, yes.
And you're going? Cal Poly. All right, congratulations. Oh, awesome, congratulations. Did you want to say anything?
Sure. No, I just want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for all your incredible work on behalf of our city, bringing a lot of honor to our city. We're really proud of you guys and all of the great things you do to elevate Merced and to really give our community a great name. And I know I've spent a decent amount of time with your coach there, and he's so proud of you. He's such a good man. And he cares a lot about not just raising good athletes, but good people as well, and making leaders for the future, people who care about our town and give back. So we have some certificates of appreciation, and Sarah and I will pass them out to you, and then we'll give you a big round of applause as you guys leave. There'll be a couple of pictures first, too.
All right, we have Brett Parker. Congratulations. Alexander Castaneda? No, he's not. Okay. Brody Dabney. Is he related to someone else in this room? Julian Higuereta. Here. Congratulations. Another one for Julian. Oh.
Double up, yeah, because
Oh,
so it's
two.
4x1 and the 4x4.
The same one? Camden Gudgel. Oh, he was.
Camden.
Yep, that's right. Still gets a round of applause. Grayson. Yep, Grayson Frey. Victor Jimenez.
He's not here.
Okay. Nope. Joseph Villanueva. There you go. You're here. And Jesus? Or Denise? Yeah. There you go. Thank you. All right, there you guys go. We're going to take some photos. Congratulations again, you guys.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Future job.
Hold the top down and put them under your chin so you can see your accomplishments. Hold the top down, back, so that you can see that front part. Yeah, there you go. Put it right under your chin so you can see it. Mayor, can you step in?
Okay, agenda item G, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received an email from Catherine Boren regarding public comment, and emails from Anna Collins, Lynn and Joe Malley, and Carl Jones regarding agenda item J2. The emails were received by the 1 p.m. deadline. They were sent to council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item H, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called upon to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have 4 requests to speak.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. 3 minutes each, ladies and gentlemen. This is for non-agendized items at this point, and then there'll be time later on throughout the meeting for public comment, public input on all the items that are on the agenda. Jennifer, if you want to call the 4 names, please.
Okay, if I can get the speakers to come to the podium to my left, Augie Freeman, Dennis Taylor, Colton Dennis, and Mary Lou Torres.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Aggie, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Serrato. Good evening, council and staff, and Chiefs Stanfield and Wilson, and citizens of Merced. My name is Aggie Freeman. I'm the Assistant Governor of Area 8 of Rotary District 5220 and the chair of the 2025 Clothes for Kids Community Service Project. I'm honored to be here tonight to share a story about how we in the community and Rotarians unite for good right here in Merced. This August, our 16th annual Clothes for Kids event, a joyful, high-impact collaboration with CASA and Merced Mission's Village of Hope for Families in partnership once again with Merced Target. Thanks to the compassion and commitment of our Merced community members, 75 school-aged children have been nominated to participate in this event. Each child will be paired with a personal shopper and one-on-one and select brand new clothing to help them start their school year with pride, confidence, and hope. This program is made possible by a Rotary District grant and with the generous support of our local community through the 2025 Shrimp Feed fundraiser we held in March at the Merced Fairgrounds Pavilion. We are very grateful to the city, the many donors and sponsors who continue to show up with Rotarians year after year, quietly, humbly, and wholeheartedly to help our children who need to feel seen, valued, and supported. And we offer a heartfelt thank you to you, the City of Merced, for your continued support, Mayor, for your leadership, and for your belief in the partnerships that lift lives. We have passed out a card. We'd like to invite the City Council to join us on August 23rd at Target Merced to participate in this event. This is what it looks like when we unite for good, not just in words, but in action. And for that, I am deeply grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ag. Our next speaker, I believe Dennis Taylor. All right, good evening, sir.
Okay. All right. Does this start when I start talking, or?
Yep.
Okay. I'm here to file a complaint regarding the photo enforced sign on westbound 16th Street and R Street. The sign is too small, too far off the road, and obscured by another sign to provide proper notification for passing vehicles. 16th Street is a 2-lane road. However, as you approach R Street, it expands into 4 lanes, right before the sign's location. There are 2 lanes, 2 through lanes, 1 turn lane towards Bear Creek, 1 left lane towards Highway 99. The sign itself is located in a dirt planter about 10 feet from the roadside curb. Vehicles that are moving into the left turn lane towards Highway 99 are actually looking and moving away from the photo enforced sign, which is approximately 55 to 60 feet away from that vehicle, directly to their right. Since the sign is inadequate, I am requesting the city add additional signs located in a more visible location, possibly up on the horizontal crossbar next to the lights themselves, or perhaps on the vertical light poles. Stats show that approximately half of the car collisions in Merced are caused by impaired drivers. However, cameras and additional signage will most likely not stop those vehicles at that precise moment. However, properly designed signage will help the average driver make better decisions. Properly displayed and positioned signs help to keep honest people honest. Let's talk about the stated purpose of the cameras: to curb reckless driving and prevent crashes. In the interest of public safety, I'd like to propose 2 scenarios. First, let's just keep everything the way it is. Vehicle runs red light, $500 ticket is issued to the driver a month later. Then let's hope they learn their lesson. This scenario makes a lot of money for the city and Vera Mobility, but the car in question still ran the red light at that moment. Second scenario, post more visible signs on the light post or crossbars. Many cars will see those signs and actually stop, therefore not entering the intersection and committing the violation in the first place. Again, keeping honest people honest. So in the name of public safety, I ask, which one of these scenarios offers a safer road at that exact moment at that intersection? So in closing, I ask, is there an official complaint form that I need to fill out, or am I just barking at the moon?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Tonight, for public comment, we can't take any, we're barred from taking any action on any of the public comments here, but we can follow up. We have a police chief, city engineer. Chief, anybody, we'll have somebody follow up with you if you leave your information.
Okay.
Either chief or somebody else, but and there's a process to, we'll have somebody follow up with you, so that's cool.
Okay.
But we can't, we prohibit from taking any action.
Oh, that's fine, I understand that.
Okay.
Is it just, do I come to the city clerk office maybe tomorrow to get that?
We'll reach out to you.
We'll reach out to you.
You'll reach out to me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, leave your info and we'll, okay, perfect. All right, Mr. Dennis.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Colton Dennis, Executive Director of the Merced County Arts Council. On behalf of the Merced County Arts Council, a partner in the arts for the city of Merced, and a state and local partner arts agency for Merced County. I'd like to invite you to our annual showcase and meeting this Thursday, July 24th at the MAC, the Multicultural Arts Center. We will have a new slate of board members, and we'll have new board members on our board selected, and we'll talk about the state of the arts within our organization and at the MAC. And we'll have lots of fun entertainment with all the different organizations and live performers that we have and in the umbrella of the MAC and the Merced County Arts Council within the city limits of Merced, performing to show all the things that they do and what they're going to be up to, what they've done this last year, and what they're going to do in the future. And we'll have a great time for refreshments and food. And everyone, the dais here is invited, and everyone in the room is invited as well. This Thursday, July 24th, 5:30 to about 7 o'clock. Please come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Mary Lou Torres. I brought this issue up about a year and a half ago, and I was denied, but I want to revisit it and hopefully you will reconsider. I am speaking about G Street heading towards the fairgrounds. I live on 12th Street. There's 13th, there's 12th, there's 11th. 13th and 11th have 4 stop signs. 12th Street doesn't have one. I think that because of the old hospital there and the buildings for the clinic, I think that's why 13th Street has the 4 stop signs. And 11th, because we have the new school, Don Stoll, I believe that one is there for safety because also on East Street in front of the school, you have the 4 stop signs. The problem with 12th Street is we have the one crossing towards the school. We have the one coming back. But we don't have anything to stop the traffic on G Street. The thing is that things have changed there. We have a set of apartments right on the side there between 13th and 12th. We have a lot of cars that park there in front because they live there. Trucks, vans, big SUVs. And so if you're going to make a left turn coming out of 12th, you have to actually go way out in order to avoid traffic coming this way. Because once the cars leave 13th, heading towards 11th, they speed really fast. They're not controlled. Their speed is not controlled. Coming from the other way, heading towards 12th Street, towards Martin Luther King, there is nothing to obstruct the vision of the cars coming. But going going towards the left, if you're making a turn from 12th Street, there's all those cars that are lined up in front of those little apartments. And I'm afraid that sooner or later, there's gonna be a huge accident there. I now have to go back on 12th, turn on H, back to 13th to make sure that I get that stop sign and I'm safe crossing to the left. The only other thing I can do is go backwards, go down to 11th Street, make a left on 11th to head up. But there again, there is that traffic that on 12th Street that's not, it's not taken care of to where we might not have an accident. And if you can't see the traffic coming this way, there's a big chance of anything. During the Saturdays on flea market, during the fair time, there's a lot of traffic there. After 12 o'clock, around 1 o'clock, heading towards the mall, there's an awful lot of traffic there.
I got to cut you. Been 3 minutes. The time's up. Unfortunately, I got to cut you off at this time. We have our traffic sergeant in back, Sergeant McKinnon. He's been very proactive about trying to improve traffic conditions in the town. Also, our city engineer, Mr. Jordan, as well. I would advise you to talk with him real quick. Ask him about the traffic committee And those two gentlemen are probably the best two people in the city to be able to help you. So
Well, because what I'm asking you is
the 3
to,
minutes. Ma'am, I'm sorry, the 3 minutes, or the time's up. I apologize.
so I'm asking for 2 extra stop
I
signs
got
on
it.
that
Okay.
area.
But, yeah, we got to, but advise you, there's Chief Stanfield, he's going to help you, and you got our city engineer and traffic sergeant as well. But thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
All right, Karthik, I think we have one more late add-on.
Well, apologize for my tardiness, Mr. Mayor. Hey, everyone. My name is Karthik Prasad from Congressman Adam Gray's office. Here to give the City Council and the members of the public who are here a quick legislative update on what's going on in the wonderful, crazy world of Washington, D.C. So we have been very much hard at work since the last ledge update you all received, and have introduced and been a part of multiple bills that I think would be particularly interesting to the public. Just last week, we signed on to the Dignity Act, which is a comprehensive bipartisan immigration reform bill that invests and modernizes border security, overhauls the asylum system, and grants legal protections to individuals who are already here. Additionally, last week, the Congressman introduced the Livestock Indemnity Program Improvement Act, which updates the USDA's payment rates and ensures that farmers are fairly compensated. Earlier this month, the Congressman introduced the Protecting Patient Access to Cancer and Complex Therapies Act, which aims to ensure fair reimbursements to medical providers and enables commercial availability for patients. The PFAS Alternatives Act was also introduced, which aims to support the development of next-generation PFAS-free firefighting gear, which I'm sure the fire chief can appreciate the importance of that. This was introduced alongside the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act, which expands access to federal support for families of first responders who passed away due to exposure to carcinogens in the line of duty. And additionally, late last month, we introduced the Wildlife Response and Preparedness Act, which establishes a national 30-minute standard response time for federal wildfires on federal land. All of these bills are unfortunately not very accessibly named, and there's a lot of things to them. So we more than understand if anyone's got any confusion or wants some clarification on these bills. So I want to extend an invitation to everyone. Reach out to our office if anyone has any concerns or any bills that they think we should sign on to. Additionally, we want to also advertise and offer up our services that our office can provide. If anyone's got any issues with any federal agency, whether that be the USDA, Immigration Services, the IRS, we know everyone's got some issues with one of those agencies, so feel free to reach out to us, and we're more than happy to start a case on your behalf. Finally, had my mobile district office hour in Merced last week, which some people attended, which was really cool. But if anyone's got any tomatoes to throw at the congressman or me, hosting our next mobile district office hour next week in Atwater, July 24th, 1:30 to 3:30. I believe someone from the county and the state assembly will be there. So if you've got a bunch of tomatoes that you want to throw at us, we're ready for them. So feel free to swing by, and we'll make sure to take them. So that's all I've got, and have a great day.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the update. Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Takes us to consent.
Okay, agenda item I, consent calendar.
All right, any members of the council have any items they wish to see pulled for separate consideration? Councilor Smith, you have.
Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself from I-9 and I-10. And just to get it out of the way now, because it's the same applicant, I'll also be recusing myself from J1.
Okay. So I-9 and 10. Anyone else? All right. Any members of the council wish to see any of these items pulled for separate consideration? Okay, seeing none. Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, so we'll pull I-9 and I-10. Any discussion or a motion with respect to the balance?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include agenda item I3, the adoption of Resolution 2025-51, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the citywide salary table for 2025. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Councilmember Smith? Thank you.
I did.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, we'll allow Councilmember Smith to step out, and we'll take up I-9. This is the Yosemite Lake Village Project annexation payment schedule. Any discussion or a motion in regards to this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Danda? Mr. Danda? Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Smith recusing himself.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. On to I-10, which is the final map for the crossing at River Oaks Phase 8, 36 lots near Coffee and Childs.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? We have a motion from Councilmember DuPont, second from Councilmember Harris. Anyone like to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer, anything from the public? I apologize.
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-49, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the final subdivision map for the Crossing at River Oaks Phase 8 subdivision number 5426. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes with Councilmember Smith recusing himself.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. On to our first public hearing.
Okay, agenda item J, public hearings. J1, public hearing, general plan amendment number 25-0001, zone change number 25-0002, and environmental review number 25-0006, initiated by Stonefield Home, Inc., applicant for TRS Enterprises, Inc., property owner. The general plan amendment would amend the general plan land use designation from neighborhood commercial to low-density residential, and the zone change would change the zoning designation from neighborhood commercial to low-density residential for an approximately 5-acre portion of a larger site to allow for the development of approximately 27 single-family lots previously approved for this site by tentative subdivision map number 1263, crossing at River Oaks. The subject site is generally located on the south side of East Childs Avenue, approximately 780 feet east of the intersection of East Childs Avenue and Coffee Street.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, council, members of the audience. There's an echo.
I think it's
Do we want to get IT? Sorry about that.
I think it made you sound a little cooler. Sounded good.
Yeah, I need a help.
Betting off is laughing back there. Yeah.
I know. You didn't hear me the first time. Okay. Testing.
Scott, I'm having too much trouble with that.
Testing. Is it better? Okay.
See if it's better now. We can call Jeff up if need be. Give Alejandro and Ronnie just a second.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Better. Okay.
Sounds good, Ron?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. You good, Jeff? All right. Whenever Jennifer says go, we can start.
All right. Okay.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. Sorry about the. I think we have the echo still.
Try one more time real quick. All right, we'll take 5 real quick. Maybe that's it.
Test, test, test.
One more minute. We'll resume in 1 minute.
Good evening, council, members of the audience. Sorry about all the technical difficulties. Francisco Mendoza with the Planning Division. So the item that you have before you is a general plan amendment and a zone change. So this is more of a cleanup item. This has to do with a subdivision in Southeast Merced that was approved back in 2004. Since 2004, the project has received several land use entitlements, map approval, and building permits. Staff recently realized that a portion of the site was not properly rezoned, so we're just kind of coming back after 20 plus years to kind of clean up that item. So the subject site is shown here on the city context map. The red star is located in Southeast Merced. It is located south of Childs Avenue between Campus Parkway and South Coffee Street. So it's not the entire subdivision, it's the area outlined in red through the dash marks. So it's a 5-acre portion of the subdivision. So background, as I mentioned, this subdivision was approved back in 2004 for 277 single-family homes. The name of the subdivision is Crossing at River Oaks. The site has received several extensions, permit approvals, and so this creates a little bit of a dilemma, a little bit of an issue with the property owners. Since the site is currently not zoned residential, the lots are considered legal non-conforming, which creates issues for the property owners. One, they will have challenges expanding the home. There's limitations, regulations, because it's considered legal non-conforming. And they will also have issues obtaining financing and refinancing from banks that want to make sure that lots conform with the zoning of the area. So this is again, the subject site. Again, a residential subdivision has been approved in this area. However, the property, the 5-acre area in pink, is shown as still in commercial. So to clean it up, essentially requesting that the area be rezoned, in this case, a general plan amendment and a rezone, going from neighborhood commercial to low-density residential, which the low-density residential is everything in yellow, so it would bring it in conformity and consistent with the property to the south, to the west, and to the north. So this is for the general plan, and this is for the zoning map, which again, in pink, is shown as neighborhood commercial. You can see the cul-de-sac that's already been developed on the site. They would like that zoning change from neighborhood commercial to R15, which is code for low-density residential. So to achieve the general plan amendment, the changes that I just mentioned would have to occur, and the general plan amendment would be adopted by resolution. And to achieve the zone change from commercial to residential, that would have to be adopted by ordinance. So again, just to reiterate, this is more of a cleanup item. The subdivision's already essentially built out. We just want to kind of clean it up to make sure that the lots are not legal non-conforming, and so that future property owners don't have issues with expanding the homes or also obtaining refinance or financing during in the future. So that concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. The applicant did mention that unfortunately they were not able to attend.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the council? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Jennifer, any requests to speak from the public on this item?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
We're going to, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to open the public hearing at 6:45. If anyone wants to be heard on this item, which is a zone change of 5 acres at the River Oaks subdivision, enabling the construction of 27 homes on single-family lots. Anybody? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. It's again 6:45. We'll bring it back to council if there are any additional questions for Mr. Mendoza, or else any discussion or request for action. Councilman Rajon.
Just a question regarding the timeline. So as mentioned back in 2004, when was it approved for residential construction?
The tentative subdivision map was approved by the Planning Commission back in 2004. It's received several extensions, and final maps have been approved there over the course of the last 2 years.
Okay, so back in 2004, that was already residential construction or construction for residential housing. Is that correct?
Correct. The land use was presented to the city for a residential subdivision, and it was just that small portion that I mentioned didn't go through the proper, essentially legal work to get the ordinance and the resolution approved. It just kind of slipped through the cracks. So the map was approved, and even other aspects of it have been approved, such as the map extensions, the lot splits, and also the building permits as well have already been approved. It wasn't until recently that we noticed there was an oversight, and so we just want to kind of clean that up before occupants start occupying the homes.
What's the normal procedure for catching something like this? Where do we look at the zoning of the area before we move forward with approving construction?
Yes, as part of the final map process, you just approve the final map. Staff looks at the consistency with the final map with the tentative subdivision map. In this case, the tentative subdivision map inaccurately indicated that the whole area was zoned residential. So there was just kind of some miscommunication with prior approvals and prior reports. It wasn't until we started sort of digging through the records that we noticed that there was a little bit of oversight and that it wasn't properly approved. So this is something that's been sort of ongoing for 20 years. Nobody really caught it. It wasn't until recently that it got caught, and we just kind of want to make sure that it gets cleaned up and going through the proper process, approval through the city council, recommendation through the planning commission, going through that public, transparent process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Jean. Additional questions, comments, discussion, or motion?
Move to approve.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-50, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving environmental review number 25-0006, categorical exemption for General Plan Amendment number 25-0001, and zone change number 25-0002 for approximately 5 acres of land generally located on the south side of East Childs Avenue, approximately 780 feet east of Coffee Street, and approving General Plan Amendment number 25-0001 for the same property, changing the general plan designation from neighborhood commercial to low-density residential, and the introduction of Ordinance 2579, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, amending the official zoning map by rezoning approximately 5 acres of land generally located on the south side of East Childs Avenue, approximately 780 feet east of Coffee Street, from neighborhood commercial to low-density residential. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no and Councilmember Smith recusing himself.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. On to J2, our second public hearing of the evening.
Okay, agenda item J2, public hearing, appeal number 25-0002 of Planning Commission's approval of conditional use permit number 25-0006, initiated by Brenda Morgan. This application involves a request to construct a 55-foot tall wireless communication tower in the form of a stealth mono palm tree at 3400 Parsons Avenue, generally located at the northwest corner of Brookdale Drive and Parsons Avenue, with a general plan designation of open space, park recreation, and a zoning classification of low-density residential.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mr. Mendoza.
Okay. Good evening, Commission. So Francisco again. So I'm actually filling in for the project planner, Jesse Lee, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. I do want to commend her for doing a great job putting the report together, working with the applicant, working with the neighborhood every step of the way. So I'm coming off the bench to kind of last minute to kind of get this through. So the item you're looking at now is an appeal. It's an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit number 2506. The appeal is for a stealth tower, cell tower, that would be 55 feet tall over at Rahili Park. Oops. So a little bit of background about this project. So this project essentially has elevated to the city council level. Initially, it went to the site plan review committee on April 3rd. At the April 3rd meeting for the site plan review committee, 5 speakers spoke against the project, and at that meeting, the site plan review committee opted to refer the application to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission reviewed this application on May 7th of 2025. And at that meeting, they unanimously voted to approve the project. Soon after the approval, an appeal was submitted by Brenda Morgan, who is the leader of opposition. So this slide here is an aerial image, gives a little bit more context to the site. So the site is located in Northeast Merced, well-known park in the community known as Rahili Park. So essentially near the southwest corner of El Portal Drive and Parsons Avenue. So it's the parcel that's outlined in turquoise. Surrounding the park are a variety of residential uses, mostly single-family homes. This slide here is essentially a site plan, kind of like a bird's eye view drawing. Essentially illustrates the proximity from the proposed cell tower and the nearest residential property. So as you can see here, the nearest residential property would be 184 feet north of the cell tower. This slide here are some 2D drawings or elevations of what the cell tower would look like. The cell facility itself would be 55 feet tall. Branches would extend up to approximately 60 feet. Again, this is a stealth facility, which essentially means it's a cell tower that's essentially disguised as a palm tree that would match the palm trees around the area. At the ground level would be the auxiliary equipment, and there would be an 8-foot tall block wall that would be surrounding the auxiliary equipment. So this slide here shows 3D renderings of essentially the visual impacts of the cell facility. So on the left is existing view from Shamrock Place. At the right is what it would look like with the cell tower. Here is, again, a comparison and visual 3D rendering from the view being from Nottingham Avenue. Here is the view from Cascade Creek Avenue. Again, the right would be with the addition of the monopalm stealth facility. This is the view from Parsons Avenue. And here is a closer look from Rahili Park. So this would be at the site, looking northeast from the park. So why is this being requested? So the reason for this being requested has to do with, based on the applicant's analysis, lack of coverage in the site, lack of cell phone coverage. So the subject site's a little red dot in the sea of blue. So this is a temperature map. Essentially illustrates the coverage in the area. So the best coverage is shown in green, moderate coverage is shown in yellow, and then below that would be in blue, and then very low coverage would be in white. And so currently it's not very reliable coverage. It's reliable only outdoors, but not indoors. And with the approval of the cell tower, the coverage would transition from inadequate to, as you can see here in the temperature map, it would be green, which is adequate coverage, and then yellow, which is moderate coverage. So in terms of public hearing notices, again, this is elevated to city council level. It's gone before the site plan review committee, the planning commission. Public hearing notices were sent out and distributed at every level of review. This essentially illustrates the properties that received a notice at the planning commission and at the city council level. It's a 300-foot radius from the site. In terms of public comments are included in the packet in the report. So for site plan review, staff received 3 emails in opposition. At the meeting, there were 5 speakers in opposition. And at the planning commission level on May 7th, staff received 7 emails in opposition, 1 petition in opposition, which included 51 signatures, but it also included 3 emails as support. During the meeting, during the public hearing, 7 speakers spoke in opposition and 1 speaker spoke in favor of the project. And now at the city council level, as of Friday, staff had received 2 emails in opposition and 1 in favor. So that wraps up the presentation. Again, the city council's got some options today. So the first option would be the action required to deny the project. So to deny the project, you would have to adopt a resolution to grant the appeal. To approve the project, you would have to adopt a resolution to deny the appeal. And then you also have the option of continuing an item, as you always do. If you wish to continue it, please provide staff direction for reason for continuation, and please provide a specific date that you would want it heard back. So that concludes the presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have. The applicant, to my understanding, is also here available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Francisco. Any questions at this time? Okay. Turning us also to our city attorney, there's a pretty well-defined legal framework that we have to operate in here, meaning there's only certain things, we can only deny a cell tower on certain grounds. Yes. Could you explain? I think we dealt with this. We dealt with this in a prior iteration of this project. What are the legal constraints we're working with here?
Yes, I was actually about to ask if staff can talk about whether the project satisfies the municipal code.
Yes, there are specific findings that need to be made in order to approve a cell tower. They're actually included as exhibits. They're considered mandatory findings, so they're outlined here. They're included in finding H. They're also illustrated on Exhibit B. So those are development standards for stealth facilities. So development standards, think height, distance, branches, so more like aesthetics. There's mandatory findings that need to be made, and those are included also on Exhibit B and shown on finding J of Attachment 4. And those are sort of the standard findings that need to be made for all conditional use permits in terms of some examples would be, does it fit in with the surrounding neighborhood, with the aesthetics? Does it, is there any health and safety concerns? Staff didn't find any issues regarding that. There's also some federal law, perhaps our city attorney can speak more to it, where cell phone towers cannot be denied because of concerns regarding radiation. It needs to meet all, I believe, FAA requirements, and I believe they've satisfied that. Then you have a engineer who works on these type of projects, provide the analysis, and they've provided said analysis.
So if I can go back to the findings, City Council has to find substantial evidence that the finding, one or more of the findings were not met. And two, when staff's referring to health issues, radiation issues, those are under the jurisdiction of the federal government and can't be a council reason. We can have comments about whatever the audience would like to talk about. It can't be a council reason.
Meaning the public can make comments on those topics, the council can discuss to an extent, but the council is prohibited by law from using those concerns as a reason to deny the project.
Correct.
All right, anything else? Thank you, Craig, thank you, Fernando.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open the public hearing. Jennifer, do I have any requests to speak from the public?
We do have one, Mayor, from Julie Horrell.
Okay, I think we might have a couple more coming.
I'm actually the applicant. Do you want the applicant or is it Brenda Morgan, correct?
Morgan.
So she's
Yes.
the leader of the opposition.
Okay,
You want her to go first?
we'll have, how many do we have total now?
We have Miss Morgan and then 3 others.
Okay, do we have the applicant as well?
The applicant is in front. He hasn't turned in a grant request to speak for him.
Do you plan to address this during the public hearing? Yeah. Okay, all right, so applicant reserves. We'll start. Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay.
So yes, applicant for the cell tower.
She also has, got it. Okay. Yes, sir. All right. Brenda, welcome. We'll have 15 minutes.
I have a PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay.
Merritt, while we do that, can I call the other two up here as well so they can be ready? Okay. Can I also get Anna Collins and Aurora Martinez, please?
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brenda Morgan, and I stand before you tonight with a heavy heart and a deep sense of concern regarding the installation of a cell tower in Rahilly Park. This project would not only set a dangerous precedent for Rahilly Park, but for every public park in the city. If we allow a cell tower in this beloved community space, it paves the way for more towers to appear in all of our public parks, residential neighborhoods, and public spaces throughout Merced. This message will be crystal clear. If a cell tower can be built in Rahilly Park, no green space is off limits. We risk transforming our city's identity from one centered on community, nature, well-being, to one dominated by industrial infrastructure. Do we really want to do that to our city? Consider the impact on our property values. It's a well-known fact that homes located near towers experience a significant decrease in property value. This slide shows just some of the studies that were done on this issue, and there is a lot more out there if you choose to look. No family wants to live near a cell tower, even if it's disguised as a tree or behind a mural. Let's be clear, these are not real trees. They are artificial, towering structures that disrupt the natural landscape. In our case, this tower will be visible from our homes about 95% of the time. We will see it from bottom to top. We will see it. This picture here was taken from my bedroom window, by the way. We will see it from our driveways, from our backyards, from the very places we go to relax, such as our bedrooms. And let's not forget, this tower will be right along the Black Rascal bike path. And here's a picture from the application. As you can see, the landscape of the park is much higher than our homes. You could see all those people from about waist up from my bedroom window. Imagine how we will see that. The specific location is especially troubling. 184 feet from homes, I guess I messed up on that one, near a picnic area, along the well-loved bike path, and about 60 feet from a playground, because there is a playground right there, just a little bit off view. This area, it's surrounded by what those trees are Mexican fan palms. So any disruption to their soil can damage or kill them. They have very thin trunks, there's sparse foliage, and it's clearly not suitable to hide such a structure. And moreover, these trees are not even native to our region and may be eventually removed in future restoration efforts. But beyond aesthetics, there are serious environmental and health concerns. Rahilly Park is home to some threatened and endangered species, such as western palm turtles and the California tiger salamander. The Black Rascal Creek runs through the park. It's sometimes referred to as a lagoon, but it also supports endangered plant life. Our parks aren't just green spaces. They're vital ecosystems that help alleviate air pollution and combat global warming. Real trees and natural landscape help clean the air. They support biodiversity and, of course, improve mental health. As someone battling cancer, I'm disturbed by the idea of more radiation in my community. But what's even more troubling is there are less intrusive options available. Consider this. There's the city-owned industrial-looking area nearby on McKee Road at the end of El Portal Drive. That already has a water tower. It's got the fire station and even another company's cell tower right there in that property. This slide actually just shows some commercial areas that could easily take that tower. This location is far more suitable. With ample space, existing infrastructure, in fact, it was even listed on the application as a viable option. So why was Rahilly Park offered up first? There are other commercial areas that were overlooked entirely. For example, the hub on McKee and Yosemite, that's commercially zoned and has existing infrastructure. That was never evaluated, nor was the newer cell tower in the Raley's parking lot evaluated to put some extra transmitters on. But Collins Drive, an area 1.3 miles away from the neighborhood, was. As a matter of fact, no commercial area was looked at for this tower. It would not in our city block is surrounded by commercial zones. And I consider our city block from G Street to McKee, from Olive to Yosemite. Not one commercial area was looked at to put this tower in. This issue isn't just about a cell tower, though. It's about preserving our community's values. The Parks and Open Space Master Plan reflected the voices of Merced residents who overwhelmingly support preserving our parks and open spaces. The plan clearly promised to maintain our creeks and open spaces in their natural state. And on page 716, even names Rahilly Park by name. The chapter highlighted parks and open spaces as valuable wildlife conservation areas. And if you don't mind, I could read some of it. It says, open space areas may be part of a larger park, such as the lagoon at Rahilly Park. These open space areas are often part of the areas set aside for wildlife conservation and resource protection. Whether used for active or passive recreation, parks and open spaces have a positive impact on the total community's quality of life. Yet here we are at risk of losing that commitment. We are living in a time of increased housing density. More apartment buildings and zero-line homes are offering families less outdoor space. Our parks are more critical than ever. Our parks offer our city something more valuable than money. They support our mental health, physical activity, and community well-being. We should be protecting them, not handing them over to private corporations for profit. Remember earlier this year, Parks and Open Spaces said by 2035, we will be in a significant open space deflect. Council members and mayor, I urge you to think about the legacy of this decision. Do you want to be remembered as the people that open up our parks and turn them into infrastructure zones? Do you want a picnic under a cell tower? Is that your idea of a great picnic? Or your children's playground to be in the shadow of that cell tower? Because that's exactly where it's going to be, is right there. Do you want to live so close to a cell tower that you will see it from the moment you come home to the moment you close your eyes at night? Although I want to be fully clear, we do not want the cell tower in our parks. But if you cannot reject this proposal completely, could you at least put it in a place that has thicker trees, less public use, and no playgrounds? I mean, maybe the south side of the park, they do have vehicle access over there, but we don't want it there, really. Please protect Rahilly Park and all of our city's green spaces. Let's prioritize public health, environmental integrity, and the future of Merced. At this time, I would also like you to say, though, if you go through this application, not one of those cell tower trees that was used to justify this one is actually in a park or a residential area. All of them are in commercial zones, every single one that was used in that application. So let's protect our parks and open spaces, keeping them for future generations in conservation areas like promised. I'm open if you would like to know anything about my research. I have it all with me. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll stop the time right now. You have 5 minutes and 58 seconds remaining, so you still have that time either for some sort of rebuttal or if you would like to make additional comments at the end.
Thank you.
And then after that, too, if there are any additional questions from council, we'll ask them at that time. So we'll hear from the other speakers. You still have 5 minutes, 58 seconds left, and you'll be at the end of the public hearing. All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Julie Horrell, and I'm a resident of El Portal. Brenda's actually my neighbor, and she's correct. The cell phone tower will be exactly 182 feet from our back fences. When my family and I purchased our home, the idea of having no homes behind us and the beauty of the park was one of the main reasons. If there had been a cell phone tower, we would never have bought the home. It would have been a huge deterrent. The National Association for Realtors states that with the closer a cell phone tower is to a home, the higher depreciation value. So as of right now, we're looking at about a 10 to 15% decrease in our home's value if you approve this. The other concern that I have is for the crime that it's going to bring. AT&T has a tower with similar walls built around it on Park. It is a beacon for the homeless. They scour over the tower. They have trash everywhere. It's a nuisance. When we first started this fight and for our neighborhood, Mr. Jones, he had stated at the site meeting, the Planning Commission, that this was going to be a reduction in crime. He had talked to the chief of police. And then when I told him I was a retired deputy probation officer for the county, that went away. Also, for the site planning, or for the Planning Commission meeting, what the gentleman representing for the Planning Commission failed to state is that we also had over 40 of our neighbors that came to that meeting. Because of the process, people are so disheartened. And I don't know if that's the intent, but it's very, very frustrating. I know that statements have been made by certain council members, well, you only had so many people that spoke, or we only had this many emails. It shouldn't matter if you have 2 or if you have 200. We're taxpayers, we're your constituents, we vote for you to be our voice. Not only does Mr. Smith's constituents use that park, but every single one of yours in all your districts. That park is utilized every weekend. So I am asking that you do not put the tower there. Please move it somewhere else. Put it in a commercial zone, but you will be allowing homeless to infiltrate. That's going to be crime. That's going to be trash. That's going to be garbage. Do you want that for your children? Do you want to be attending a birthday party in the park and there's homeless people and trash? Because that's what's going to happen. So I ask you to please think about your constituents, be our voice, and move it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I am deeply disappointed in the decision to place a cell tower in this green space. Parks and natural areas should never be considered viable locations for industrial structures such as this. These spaces should serve as a rare escape, a chance for our community to reconnect with nature in an increasingly urban world. Instead, we're now faced with an eyesore in the heart of the park, a structure likely to attract graffiti, accumulate trash, and become a gathering place for unsafe activity, all within close proximity of our children. This decision to compromise both beauty and safety of a space meant to bring peace and connection without screens.
Well, I don't think I have a lot to say because from what I get from you guys, your mind is already made up and you're gonna vote yes. But I beg you guys, please don't. I work my whole life and I'm the one right in front of this tower, and you guys take away what I worked for my whole life to be out there in the yard, to walk in the park, because I have a lot of health issue. I can't do much. The only thing I could do is be in the yard and go to the park, and you guys gonna take that away from me, and I don't think that's right. Please, I beg you, please move the tower somewhere else. I'm not against progress. I'm all for progress. But please, it's the wrong place to bring a tower. There's tons of place. Please have a heart. There's kids and old people. They enjoy the park, and no longer is going to be that with that tower there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Additional speakers,
we do have a request to speak form from Carl Jones.
Okay. Mr. Jones.
Good evening, Mayor,
council members. My name is Carl Jones. I'm the applicant representing this project. It's been going on for quite a while now. I think a lot of you guys remember here. I stood here on January the 6th when City Council denied use permit 1277 for AT&T to construct a facility at the Bear Creek Church on Olive Drive. There was, I think it was standing room only that night. We had a lot of community members coming out to make public testimony and kind of pleading with City Council for them to reconsider AT&T locating this project at Rahilly Park, which is one of the alternate candidates. I'm happy to report that over the last 6 months, I've worked with city staff, and we've done everything that the community and the city asked us to do. We've designed a facility that represents a coordinated effort between AT&T and the city to find the least intrusive means for AT&T to fill its significant gap in coverage and capacity. The city staff have prepared the conditions of approval that AT&T stands by to abide by to ensure that the facility has a minimal impact on the park and its surroundings. I think I mentioned back in January that this is part of the FirstNet, First Responders Network, which carries Band 14, which is a nationwide frequency reserved for first responders and emergency services, gives them the opportunity to use their innovative tools. A lot of these emergency services now have their command centers, mobile command centers that haven't spoke with city staff. They have witnessed where there's been a saturation of a network where they've had problems with their own comms. This happens a lot. When there's a lockdown or a school, for instance, everybody's calling, texting, all of a sudden the network gets saturated, and not only does the public have issues, but also first responders have issues. So this is much needed service for the city of Merced, not just for its people and residents, but also for the first responders. In summary, the appeal fails to recognize the stealth nature of the proposed facility. Concerns about aesthetics and property values do not constitute substantial evidence to support denial of a permit to install a wireless telecom facility. I urge City Council to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's rightful approval of the application, as again, we've done everything the city and the community had asked us to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Any questions for Mr. Jones? Okay, seeing none. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Jones. If you don't mind, sir, I have a couple of questions for you. A couple of questions for you. I'm sorry.
I was getting off lightly there.
We heard questions from the community about the site selection process. If you could maybe drill down on the process that you went through or AT&T went through to select the long list of sites, and then why the focus on first the Church of Nazarene and now Rahilly. And I'm asking more from a kind of more of a technical perspective. Why are the other sites, why were they not feasible for you?
So AT&T uses federally approved tools to identify significant gap in coverage and capacity. When they discover where this gap in coverage and capacity is, then again, we are governed by certain federal rules, regulations to use the least intrusive means to fill that significant gap, i.e. we want to try and design one cell site as opposed to multiple cell sites. So we want to try and install the new cell tower in the center of the coverage gap to cover as much of the area as possible. Some of the locations meant by the appeal way outside the coverage gap. And again, we are also governed by the local standards of the height. So when you're restricted to, let's say, 55 feet center line for your antennas, you can only project to a certain distance. So again, we're governed by federal rules as well as local and state for where we can site the locations and to be the least intrusive means.
We heard questions about why commercial sites weren't evaluated. Is that true, or were there other sites that were looked at, commercial, residential, what have you, that just didn't fit the bill?
So there were 10 alternate sites that we looked at, and we looked at them closely. And the commercial sites that the appellant is referring to are outside the coverage objective, like 3 miles, I think, on average, those commercial sites. So they're just not within the coverage area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones.
You're welcome.
All right, additional questions? Okay, just real quick again, Mr. Jones. Sorry about that. Gillian, you get your steps in.
I get my steps in.
What would you say to the neighbors who I think have, rightfully expressed concerns with the aesthetics, with, with negatively impacting the appearance of the park? What would you say in response to that?
So I've been doing this a long time, 15 years, and I've done multiple sites in city parks, City of Davis, City of Folsom, City of Rockland, City of Lincoln. It's usually my first reach out. When I get a coverage, I'll reach out to the city. It's one of my first, but hey, and this was the same case here, if you remember back some of my public testimony from back in January. I think the staff have done a great job with the COAs, and we've worked collectively to come up with a location in the park where there's a grove of 12 plus trees that are ranging from 55 to 68 feet per the license survey. If you remember the photo simulations that Francisco brought up, they had to illuminate a red square because it's pretty hard to see where the site's going. And these are done by a third-party company. That's all they do. So I think this is going to be nearly impossible to see. I don't think anyone that's visiting the neighborhood is going to recognize as a cell site that's 55 feet in this park, 60 feet with the palms. The average telephone pole on a street is 45 feet. It's very small. And I think we've chose a great location, I really do. The ground equipment, we're going to match the existing structures at the park. And so most of that's going to be hidden by the existing buildings at the park.
You said you've done other projects in city parks. Could you talk about those a little bit? How have those gone? What sort of success or lack of success have you guys had putting up cell towers in city parks in other cities?
Believe it or not, we don't generally get a lot of pushback. There's a few people concerned with EME when they're walking their children in parks and such like. My hometown, I know this from a recent staff report, we have 22 cell sites in city parks in the city of Folsom. 22. When they talk about real estate values, I've lived in Folsom for over 25 years. My house certainly hasn't devalued, and I live less than 1,000 feet from Livermore Park, where we put a site on air last year, and it's a 90-foot mono tree, and it's not as disguised as what this is, and there wasn't a lot of residential pushback. I think that people are used to it. They want the coverage, and they understand that everybody lives on their cell phone this day and age.
Do you see these attracting, some sort of nefarious activity or, or crime or other things like that as well?
Not at all. And again, I worked with Davis. The city of Davis is one of their ordinance that all carriers now must look at city parks before anywhere else for site in a telecom. City parks do have events, and so obviously they attract a large body of people at certain times. So again, I think cities generally realize that having that coverage makes the park safer, not the other way.
Okay. Do you know why Davis has that preference?
I really don't. I think they understand actually that there are a lot of residential areas, and under federal law, there are a lot of carriers looking to cover these residences indoors and outdoors, and the only locations permittable by the local code are city parks or churches. Everything else is residential zoned, and you just cannot put a cell tower in someone's back garden. So the city, as a compromise, worked, I think, with the carriers to say, okay, we'll make all the city parks available.
Thank you, sir, for answering my questions. Any additional questions? Councilor Jean.
You mentioned several commercial sites were considered. Do you mind walking us through what those were and what happened?
No, I didn't say that. I said that the commercial sites that were mentioned were all outside the coverage objective. We looked primarily in the coverage area for a site.
Okay, so there was no commercial site within that area?
No.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, you have 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining if you choose to use it. Ms. Morgan, I believe you have 5 minutes and 58 seconds left, if I recall correctly. So you're welcome to use all or a portion of that time. And then don't feel limited to save time for questions, because if we have questions, then we'll allow the time to go over a little bit for our questions.
Thank you.
But this section is you have 5 minutes, 58 seconds.
Okay. I just want to say that Merced is not a giant city like Folsom or Davis or any of those cities. We do have a lot more open space available than our parks. And the Rite Aid shopping center, I do not believe is 3 miles away from Rahilly Park. As a matter of fact, I think it's 0.5 of a mile, half a mile, as the crow flies. So the Raley's or the Rite Aid shopping center is literally right on the corner of G and Olive, as you know. And this tower was originally going to be placed at 1717 Olive Drive. So therefore, I believe that would be within the coverage area. Also, there's a lot of other, Yosemite Avenue is a commercial zone thoroughfare, and it is not 3 miles away from Rahilly Park. It is like maybe a quarter of a mile. So that needs to be a little bit corrected. Also, yes, this area of our park is very well used. This is actually the heart of our park. It is literally right next to the barbecue area. It is I think it's the most used part of our park. So it's just, I do have the pictures, and please notice that you can literally see the people in these pictures more from the waist up. So this is my backyard. This is where that tower is going to be, where all those people are. And you can see everything. This is going to be an aesthetic nightmare for us. And not to mention, you know, this area was supposed to be conserved for our future generations. I do believe that we do have commercial zones that can accommodate this tower within this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, no questions? All right, Mr. Jones, you had some time left if you wanted to use it, or if any council members had any questions for Mr. Jones. Okay, seeing none. Any additional speakers from the public? Okay, if you want to be heard on this item, the public hearing is still open right now. You'll have to fill out a green request to speak form. Chief Wilson? Yes, you have to fill out that form. Got to be on the list. Anybody can get on the list, though. All right, welcome, sir. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Ismael Mendoza. Glad to meet you all. I'm opposed to this because the reason for that is, my house, my backyard faces the park there. And, one of the things about I used to be in the cell phone business before. As a matter of fact, I had stores here in Merced. I had a Sprint store and also a Nextel store. And I wrote with a lot of engineers that, we went through and they would tell me about how they did they would place the cell phone towers. They were kind of, I'm sure he attested to this, is that they set them like in honeycombs. So like that, there's where there's gaps, like a sprinkler system, make sure it covers everything, but that there's enough coverage. So, like Brenda was saying that, I don't think they considered the commercial places. There's a tower on McKee right behind the fire station. And there's another fire station down there on Parsons. I think at Station 55. Then there's another tower behind Raley's. So if you're looking at installing another tower, I mean, they can get these transmitters and piggyback on the existing towers. I have AT&T, which I don't know about if it's, I'm going to have it after this now. So, but you can, I don't have any problems in my house with reception, none at all, none whatsoever. So I think a good location would be down there at the corner of G Street and, what's that, Yosemite? Yeah, or, G Street and Olive Avenue. I mean, so like that, now you got the tower behind McKee. I mean, they're at the fire station, bouncing off the other tower off of Rayleigh's, and the other commercial place off of, they're at the corner of G and, what's that name of that street again? Olive. Yeah, so like that, it transmits, it covers that area, and it's in a commercial place. Now, installing it at the park, I mean, there's a lot of wildlife there. I don't know if they did an environmental impact on it. I don't know if there's been any studies done on it or not, but there's a lot of critters out there. And if the critters could speak, they'd probably tell you, no, we don't want it here. But, they don't speak. But the thing about it is that, we're opposed to it. I don't think there's been any environmental impact, studies done on it. So, just once again, we're opposed to it. Preserve our parks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Jones, if I could really quick, there's a couple of the neighbors mentioned the Rite Aid Shopping Center site at G, if we could just have you address that real quick. So at G and Olive. Is that a viable option? Everybody please keep it down. Good.
So again, we submitted with the staff report, the Planning Commission looked at an alternate site analysis that looked at 10 alternate sites within the search ring. I'm not sure the location they're referring to, but I know that we consulted and worked with staff to find all and any viable co-location opportunity that we did. Again, it's not just a property. There are setbacks and local standards that we have to meet too. So we need a fair enough sized parcel for us to meet that requirement with the height restrictions and the setback requirements for city code.
Okay. All right, additional questions? Okay, seeing none. And thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. All right. Now 7:33, we'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to council for additional discussion and for action. All right, any members of the council wish to be heard to begin council discussion? We have additional questions of staff too, which are possible as well. All right, any thoughts from the council? Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the community and the cell tower are both squarely within my district, so I think it makes sense for me to speak first. We've talked about this issue multiple times. Well, let me just step back. I should disclose that I had a conversation with the principal appellant, Ms. Morgan, and also received a number of different emails from residents in my district, particularly on El Portal and Shamrock, and received a communication from Mr. Jones, though we did not speak by phone. As I was saying, this is the second time that council's been faced with this issue. I know it's been bouncing around City Hall for maybe 18 months, 2 years. It's a difficult issue. You guys remember the last time Mr. Jones alluded to it. Remember, he and I had a MCLA presentation and cross-examination. We worked together to try to wrestle through these issues. At that time, when the cell tower was proposed for the back parking lot of the Church of Nazarene at Olive and Parsons, it was proposed to be put basically up against the back wall of the residences on Teak, where there was no tree cover at all. And because that was a private lot, the rental income would go to the church, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but there was no way to distribute that back to the community that was impacted. So Mr. Jones and I discussed this at length for maybe 10, 15 minutes. I concluded, and I believe I had council support, that that site did not satisfy the findings required by our code at 20.58.070A and C. C requires that the proposed facility minimizes visibility of the facility from residentially zoned property and minimizes the obstruction of scenic views from residentially zoned property. So that situation, that was where the cell tower is basically, the term we used was a sundial, right behind people's homes without any other kind of obstruction. And we didn't feel like there was enough in the proposal to require that minimum visibility. Mr. Jones is also very candid with us. He stated during testimony that there was an alternative site that was equally feasible, and that's the one we're talking about today. So given the strictures of federal law and what we're allowed to think about, we're kind of looking at these findings I'm talking about here in our own ordinance. And it's a tough one. I think we all would prefer not to have cell towers popping up in residential areas. But I think it is true that the commercial properties around the cell phone outage area, there has to be something in the middle. If those locations could fix the problem, then we would just put up more cell reception in the ring, right? So I've come to the conclusion, right or wrong, that this tower is going to go somewhere within the impact area around Chenoweth Elementary School. That's just not something that we can get out of. So the question for council, the question for me, the question for the community is, where do we put it? Where can this tower be placed in a way where there's at least a nexus, the benefit to the people who are most impacted? I didn't think that was in the parking lot of the Church of Nazarene. I think if you put it in Riley Park, there's a much better opportunity for it to be camouflaged by existing tree cover. But also, and this wasn't brought up, but this is something that I had wanted to see when we talked about this in January. There's going to be rental revenue and an upfront payment from AT&T to the city as the landlord where the tower is going to go. And we've had discussions up here, and I think the city manager is listening. I would like to see all of that income programmed for Riley Park. And I'd like to see us consider at the start planting tree cover at the fence line that will shield the tower from the most impacted residents. And also, let's talk about putting a mural on this cinder block structure.
Hey guys, can you please keep it down?
Unfortunately, we're in a situation where our society and our city requires communication infrastructure. And we heard it not just for commercial use, but also for first responders. So given in a situation where you have poor choices, I think city staff and the applicant have done their best job to find a reasonable location. So this is the location that allows us to minimize the visibility. And as I said, the income derived on it can directly benefit the people who are most impacted. The other potential sites, that wasn't the case. I do want to say that the community has done a tremendous job coalescing together. What Ms. Morgan did was very difficult. It took a lot of courage. She had a very cogent presentation as well put together. And an additional issue, I understand from speaking with her that she funded the entire appellant fee out of her own pocket. So my constituents are very committed. I think they've highlighted the right issues. I wish council could have a discussion about whether, as a matter of our ordinance, we would prefer that cell towers not be put in parks, but we have to make a decision based upon the ordinance in front of us. So that's how I see these issues, and look forward to hearing your thoughts from my colleagues up here on the dais.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. All right, additional thoughts from the council. Additional thoughts, comments, or motion? Councilmember Jean.
All right, so first off, I'm not fond of this. I think if we look at just the previous public hearing on commercial neighborhood properties, right, zoning, I think that's something where we as a city has failed to do, where we don't zone properly for better future planning, right? We're not putting in commercial neighborhood zoning into these residential neighborhoods. We tend to just simply build single family homes, and then we have the same issue coming up over and over. And so this is something we need to fix going forward, is to include zonings that we could put something like this up, all right? And then with that in mind, I disagree with putting a cell tower in public green spaces. I think that's not the space. I think we should focus on commercial properties. Another thing, I'm not fond of those palm trees. And I think putting this up there would get rid of any opportunity to get rid of those palm trees. So I'm not fond of the palm trees. Yeah, but I disagree with this.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none. I guess just in brief, nobody, when these neighborhoods were built, there were no cell phones at the time. We all depend on cell phones and good cell coverage in a significant way now. And cell phones, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, and the cell coverage that comes with it have become an essential part of modern society. AT&T, I don't think, if there wasn't a problem here, if there wasn't a gap, I don't think, a company like that, which is, in the business of making money, would fork out that money and make that investment to build this tower if there wasn't an issue and a coverage gap. So I take them at their word that there's a coverage gap. I think, the law, both federal, state, and our municipal code all recognize that these things can be an eyesore and in a way detract from the quality of neighborhoods. So the laws in our ordinance is all designed to put them in the least damaging spots and the least, the spot where there's the least impact to the least number of people. Again, at the same time, recognizing that these are typically going to have, some people are going to have, they're going to be, around somebody's house or in somebody's yard, and there could be some sort of negative visual impact. But I think we do our best to limit that as much as possible. I think we have here to the extent possible. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, but looking at everything, this seems to be as good a spot as any. It's hard to say if there's any potential better spots. You're always limited to by, especially on private property, with whether or not there's a good space on there, whether or not the property owner is even willing to allow it. So there's a lot of other restrictions as well, and there's other restrictions as well when it has to do just with the all the science of the reception and how the reception goes through the various neighborhoods. So I don't think any of us are up here saying we want to see this cell tower in this park, but at the same time, I think I certainly recognize that it's probably, of all the spots that have been considered, and our staff's done a ton of work on this, it's probably the least bad of a lot of these locations. So I'll stand in support. It's not. There's always going to be an impact, and with any development, there's always going to be some sort of impact. But we have to balance the overall good with all the negative effects that come with it. So, just a few thoughts. All right. Anybody else? Additional discussion or a motion? Councilmember Jean.
I would just like to add that according to the Planning Commission minutes, there's 10 alternative sites, and alternative number 3 was the city water tank off of McKee. And this site wasn't chosen, right? And here it reads, the City Public Works and Engineering departments were not interested in leasing antenna space on the existing water tank or ground space to AT&T at the property due to security purposes. And so I think this is a potential location that we could technically use here. It has a giant, tall structure, right? And it falls under what is viable. And so I don't agree with this being put into public green spaces.
All right, anyone else? Okay, further discussion or a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
Okay, is there a second?
I will reluctantly second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. The motion will include the adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, denying the appeal of the Merced, I think it's A, is that correct?
I think B.
B, okay. Denying the appeal of the Merced Planning Commission approval of conditional use permit number 25-0006. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Move on to our action items, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item K, action items. K1, acceptance and appropriation of a private donation in the amount of $200,000 to the Parks and Community Service Department to fund the third zookeeper at Applegate Zoo for 3 consecutive years.
We have a staff presentation on this item. Seems pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, Mr. Jensen's been paging Director Jensen. Sorry, Chris is too nice to end that conversation. All right, Mr. Jensen. Action item 1, this is agenda item K1, is the acceptance and appropriation of a donation of $200,000 to fund a third zookeeper for the Applegate Zoo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you very much for the time this evening. Before you tonight is a request to accept and appropriate a donation from a private party. This is a member of a foundation who, for the last 3 years, has been funding the City of Merced with a matching fund to supply a third full-time zookeeper position to the facility here at Applegate Park. This individual took it upon themselves and reached out to us after the sunset date, June 30th of this year, where that formal foundation commitment was concluding, and reached out with interest to privately donate to keep that position online. So we're very grateful. The individual expressed that they had taken a couple of visits to Merced Applegate Zoo and was extremely pleased with the work that we've been putting in, both for staffing, animal care, and facility upgrades. And we showcase some of the renderings that we have in the works for the upgrades later this year. They're very pleased with the work that we put in so far and looking forward to sponsoring the work moving forward. So happy to have this in front of you for consideration.
Okay. This is great news. Jennifer, anything from the public on this?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, questions from council? Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Jensen. I'm not asking you to divulge anything about the donor who wishes to remain, potential donor who wishes to remain anonymous, but was the council's commitment to the zookeeper position during the budget discussion did it facilitate this person's generous donation to us?
I think so. I think the reality that there was some consideration that this year with the contentious budget and conversation alluding to the fact that it may be contentious for the next few years moving forward, and this being something that the department considered reducing as a result of those budgetary cuts. They reached out in haste and encouraged us to discuss with them what they could do to help eliminate that potential. So again, extremely grateful for the offer, very impressed with staff and the commitment they've made over the last 3 years to really showcase what we could do with this auxiliary position, and happy to have it in front of you this evening.
No, very good. So second question for you, Director Jensen. The part of what we're asked to consider is reallocating the money that was programmed in the general fund for the same position. I take it that if the gift is accepted, that general fund transfer doesn't need to happen. You're asking that those funds be reallocated to a different expense?
Correct. Good point. Thank you for bringing that up. So looking at how we could leverage that commitment by council to our department, we're considering some of the additional parks that we're bringing online later this year through renovations or new builds, CP42 and also Joe Herb Softball Complex. Both facilities have maintenance equipment that's going to be required that is yet to be obtained. Our suggestion is that we utilize some of those resources to do that.
Is there no other way to fund those purchases? Meaning, was consideration given to putting the money back in the general fund?
That's always an option, absolutely, for council's discretion. our suggestion was that we utilize that funding to better support the facilities that'll be brought online later this year. Some of that work was suggested that we may be closer to being complete with the JPA, our county and high school district partners, with that still being up in the air. We want to make sure that we're a little more in control of our own destiny moving forward and have the equipment necessary to do that.
No, fair enough. So it sounds like this is equipment that we need.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, sir. Additional questions? Discussion, motion, and thank you, Councilmember Smith, for bringing that up during budget as well, fighting for that third position. All right, further discussion or motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
This is a 5-vote item.
Yes.
Got that in just in time. I got to read on my notes right there.
Mr. Deanda?
Yes or no, Ronnie, if we accept
Okay, and the motion
$200,000
passes
or not?
unanimously.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, agenda item K2, approval of a second amendment to the professional services agreement with Provost and Pritchard Engineering Group Incorporated for additional drilling for the airport remediation site investigation and a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $15,000 from Fund 6001 Water Operations.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Who's our presenter on this? Amanda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
The requested second amendment is in regards to the ongoing investigation and monitoring of airport remediation site with Provost and Pritchard. To complete the task requested by the Water Board, Provost will need to install additional monitoring wells, extract samples, test samples, and report the findings, all subject to an approved work plan by the Water Board. On February 24th, during review of the work plan, the dual nested monitoring wells were requested to be clustered wells. So this results in 8 drilling holes rather than the 4 proposed. The driller's associated costs increases the contract amount by $15,000, and the approval of the appropriated funds will allow for the additional work to be completed.
Thank you. Any questions? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Additional questions from council, discussion, or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, agenda item K3, approval of a First Amendment to Professional Services Agreement with Dudek for environmental services and a First Amendment to a deposit and reimbursement agreement with Gardner Ranch 2 LLC and Gardner Commercial LP for the reserve annexation number 16-01, consisting of approximately 70 acres of land generally located at the northeast corner of Yosemite Avenue and Gardner Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Councilmember DuPont.
Mayor, I need to recuse myself from this item as the applicant is a client of my law firm.
Allow Councilmember DuPont to excuse himself. Fernando, welcome back.
Good evening, council, members of the audience. Francisco again with the Planning Division. So the item before you is for the reserve. That's the name of the project. It's for annexation 1601, which means it's been around since 2016. It's changed ownership a few times. It's currently owned by the Heritage Group, which developed the Promenade Shopping Center, other office complexes, and multifamily projects. So I'll give a little bit of background about the annexation, but really what you'll be taking action on is the agreements associated with the annexation. So the annexation would take place in Northeast Merced, as shown here through the yellow star, specifically at the northeast corner of Gardner Avenue and Yosemite Avenue. So it's the annexation area is everything outlined in black. So everything outlined in black would total approximately 72 acres. The reserve, which is the development, would be 30 acres of that, which would be everything outlined in red. Here's a site plan that illustrates the reserve, the project. So it's got kind of a mixed use type of aspect to it. So the commercial component is shown on the bottom left. So the buildings in red. So that's 8 total buildings, which would have approximately 90,000 square feet of retail space. The residential component or multifamily would be the buildings shown in orange. There would be approximately 270 units. There would also be a community pool and some community space as well. In total, at full build out, jobs created would be 175. Here are some 3D renderings provided by the applicant, which shows the aesthetic and the architectural design that they're going for. So this is a daytime rendering. So they're currently working on the elevations for that. This is a nighttime rendering. Again, all of the uses shown here are just in concept, but the architecture, this is what they're designing. And here is another nighttime rendering. So that's just a quick highlight about the project. It's currently going through the environmental review phase. We hope to bring this project before the council early 2016. And so right now, since it's currently in the environmental review phase, some additional funding is needed to finish the environmental analysis. So the cities would need to amend the professional service agreement between the city and the consultant, known as DUDEC, by $58,290, and would also have to amend the deposit and reimbursement agreement between the city and the applicant by $64,119. And so the cost difference in that is that additional funding is required for city staff project management, which is 10% of the consultant fee, and that's something that's embedded in the planning fee schedule. So that concludes the presentation. It was kind of short and sweet. And just as a reminder, like the other projects you just looked at, the other action items, this requires 5 affirmative votes since this has budgetary concerns.
Thank you, Francisco. All right, questions? Anything from the public, Jennifer? Or Alejandro took your...
We didn't receive anything.
All right, back to council for additional questions, comments, discussion, or a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember DuPont recusing himself.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We'll invite Councilmember DuPont back in. We'll take up item K4, which is the Old Dominion annexation.
Okay, agenda item K4, approval of an agreement for professional services with De Novo Planning Group for environmental services and a deposit and reimbursement agreement with the Dominion Village at Merced LLC for the Old Dominion annexation number 25-0001, consisting of approximately 260 acres of land generally located north of Bellevue Road, south of Farmland Road, east of G Street, and west of Gulf Road.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Leah, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leah Brown for the Planning Division, kind of pinch hitting tonight for our planning manager. So tonight you have before you a very similar action to what you just took with Francisco's item. This is for the Old Dominion annexation 25-0001. And this area is consisting approximately 260 acres. It is north of Bellevue Road, south of Farmland Road, east of G Street, and west of Gulf Road. It was approved as a pre-annexation last year, and council showed support for that. So tonight, we're taking the next steps and working to take care of the payment for the environmental impact. So what you have before you is an agreement for professional services with De Novo Planning Group in the amount of $362,304 to perform that environmental work. And then you also have an agreement with Old Dominion. They'll be entering into a deposit and reimbursement agreement with the city for that cost, in addition to 10% extra for the staff time. So you've got the professional services agreement, and then the deposit and reimbursement agreement is a total of $398,534.40, which includes the contract for De Novo plus the 10% for staff time. And because this is a budgetary item, just like the last one, it does require a 5-vote approval.
Thank you. Questions? Anything from the public, Jennifer?
We didn't receive anything, Mayor.
Back to council for further discussion. Any questions to Councilmember Jean? Questions, comments, discussion, or a motion?
Motion.
Second. Boyle, DuPont. Even Harris conceded.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. All right, agenda item K5, authorization to submit a joint application with CC 915 Merced to the Central Valley Opportunity Fund for a $150,000 matching grant and authorization to accept, execute, and appropriate that grant if awarded to the 73 South R Street Affordable Veterans Container Home Project.
Thank you, Jennifer. Leah?
Hey, good evening again. You're very familiar with the Container Home Project. I've got good news tonight. It is this close to being done. It's 3 to 4 weeks from completion and certificate of occupancy. We just went out there and took a look at it this week, Jennifer and I. Just to kind of refresh, the city went into an agreement with them several years back, and we sold them that property for $1. It was a housing successor agency land, and we applied with CC 915 for a home key grant. We were awarded a little over $4 million, and it's had its challenges over the years, namely the owner of CC 915 passed away, and his second in charge took control of it. She actually helped to write the grant for a home key. However, she does live in Florida, and this was a new venture for her. So most recently, she has paired up with Adam Conyer, who's a local veteran. Veteran services is definitely close to his heart and his passion. And he's really been working on a fundraising campaign to finish off the funding for the project. It is over budget. They've spent all of their home key grant. The city actually contributed $200,000 to them a couple months ago. At the time, I asked him, "Are you sure that's all you need?" And he assured me, yes, that's all they needed, because they had some of these other potential commitments in the works. And so that's what I'm bringing forth to you tonight. So what we have is a $150,000 potential matching grant. And when I say matching, I don't mean the city matching. I mean the Central Valley Opportunity Fund is willing to match, or they're going to be taking this to the board if you approve it, $150,000 along with a $150,000 grant from the Continuum of Care via the County of Merced. They would like for us to partner with them on this venture. So basically the money would be coming to us and then funneling back to them. And so that basically means that we'll be keeping financial control of the project to make sure that the money is spent appropriately. Also, the owner has gone out for an actual physical loan to finish off. So I can't remember the exact amount of the loan, but it was between $500,000 and $800,000. So this money will be used to help pay down that loan, because they're going to need that. So that's what we're doing tonight. Is I'm asking for your permission to go ahead and apply and accept the grant if awarded from the Central Valley Opportunity Fund. And if you do go ahead and approve that tonight, then probably within the next month or so, I'll have a contract from the Continuum of Care for the other 150 to match that.
Thank you, Lou. Questions? Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Brown. The grant that you're proposing that we apply for, is this a true grant where the city is merely a pass-through for the funds?
Correct.
Do you know if we are taking a position at all in the loan that Mr. Conauer is going to take out to finish the project?
We most probably will have to sign a subordination agreement, and they haven't asked for it yet, because every action that we've taken with them has been a grant, but some lenders would like for us to have a subordination agreement. Mm-hmm. We are not going to be pulling back the money because we're not lending them any money. It's an actual grant.
The subordination agreement would be solely in the amount of the grant of $150,000?
No, it would be for their hard money loan that's coming from a bank. So I don't anticipate that the Central Valley Opportunity Fund would want a subordination agreement. But again, that's hypothetical. I've not had that happen before, but I have seen banks that give loans want to have a subordination agreement, even when we only have granted funds, not lent funds.
So we're talking about a conventional loan from a major financial institution, right? Not our.
Correct. Correct, yeah. They're going out for an actual traditional loan, and this money, this granted money, will be used to pay that back. So they should be closing on their loan very quickly so that they can finish off. And so they're making great strides to finish it at the moment, and they'll have enough to finish it with the loan that they're getting. So this amount is to help pay down that loan so they won't have as much debt when they open.
Has the city reviewed the proposed loan agreement, as far as you know?
No, we haven't, because it's simply between the bank and the developer. We, at this point, have not been asked to sign a subordination. So if we are, then that would go to our attorney.
Okay.
So we're not a party to that loan.
At this point, we're just being asked to help bring the money in the door to help fund the project.
Correct. We're being asked by the grantors to assist with that.
Okay, and if there's ever a question about whether the city would take on some of the debt service, that'd be a separate council question.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Mayor. Really good line of questioning. Just wanted to highlight a few things to keep in perspective here. The city has covenants in place to make sure this is going to remain affordable for long term. That was a requirement that we had from the state. There's also a requirement that we had for the conveyance of the property from the Housing Successor Agency. So we're going to ensure that you've got a affordable project meeting a certain level of income. I think it's 30% or lower AMI. Is that correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So we'll always have that. And as Leah already mentioned, if there's going to be any subordination that we have to do, we have to bring that. We have to consider that. So we're feeling pretty comfortable about making sure it's going to be an affordable housing project. And at this point, we're not agreeing to take on any debt for anybody. So you've made loan commitments. We've agreed to be the conduit for the state grant. And now we're trying to apply for this fund for them. That's been your level of commitment so far.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything for this, Mayor.
Okay, additional comments, questions, or a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Right. Thank you, Leah, for all your hard work on this project over the last couple of years.
Okay, agenda item K6, land use determination number 25-01, finding of public convenience or necessity for Abraham Santana for alcohol sales for on and off-site consumption for Una Mas Tap Room at 420 West Main Street.
Good evening, Council. Francisco again. I just wanted to introduce the project planner, Matt Livingston. He's been with the city for about a year. He does presentations at the Planning Commission level all the time. I think this might be his second presentation here at the council level. He did a phenomenal job streamlining this application, built great rapport with the applicant, the Santana family. They're essentially legacy entrepreneurs. They currently operate a business in Southwest Merced, Imagine Graphics. They currently operate a nonprofit, the Man Up Foundation, which devotes funding towards our local high school athletic programs. And they fund that through the couple of community events, Burgers and Brews, Pizzas and Pints. And so now they're, the next generation is doubling down in the community here in downtown Merced. They want to be a fabric of some of the momentum that we have in downtown. But I'll go ahead and let Matt give some more information about that.
Thank you, Francis.
Good evening, everybody. Like you said, my name is Matt Livingston. I'm the assistant planner, and this project is land use determination number 25-01 for a finding of public convenience or necessity for a type 40 ABC license for Una Mas Tap Room at 420 West Main Street. So here's a location map. As you can see, the project site is on West Main Street, across the street from the Regal Hollywood Theater, and a few few buildings over from Trevino's. Here's the current street view. So that's what the front of the site looks like right now. Here's some of the nearby sensitive uses. So as you can see, the nearest one is Bob Hart Square, which is about 300 feet to the west of the site. To the southwest of the site, there's some high-density residential that begins about 1,400 feet away from the site. Almost directly south of the site is some low-density residential, which also begins about 1,400 feet away from the site. To the northeast is some high-density and some medium-density residential, which begins about 1,000 feet away. And then further to the east is Yosemite Independence High School, which is about 2,200 feet away from the site. So this request, the applicant's requesting a Type 40 ABC license for a new family-friendly tap room. This license would allow them to serve beer, but it does require them to serve some kind of snacks or appetizers. This license allows minors to attend the tap room, and the ABC requires local jurisdictions to make a finding of public convenience or necessity in support of an additional license if there's an undue concentration of licenses in that area. So this site's located within Census Tract 13.02. Currently, there's 27 active licenses in this census tract. And this census tract is allowed 2 licenses, so this request requires City Council to make a finding of public convenience or necessity. So some of the factors that can be used to determine the public convenience or necessity are the character of the premise, the aesthetics and the ambiance of the proposed business, the attractiveness of the proposed business, the type of guests who are likely to be patrons, and the ability of the business to serve a niche in the population that's not filled by other licenses in the area. But that list is not all inclusive. There's not any set specific factors that need to be considered. So those are just some things to think about. Here is a couple of maps. The one on the left with the red circle shows incidents within 500 feet of the site. And the other map is a citywide incident map. So you can see where the incidents occur. And this data is from June 26th of 2024 up to June 25th of 2025. So we did run this request by the police department, and they are in support of it. According to their data, this general area did have a very high concentration of incidences in that same time frame. But when issuing alcohol licenses, incidences such as illegal sale of narcotics, disturbing the peace, and disorderly conduct are looked at. During that time period, there were 123 disturbances, 25 assaults, 1 public intoxication, 2 narcotics incidents, and 44 violations of the municipal code within 500 feet of the site. But to reiterate, this was ran by the police department, and they are in support of it. There's the proposed floor plan. As you can see on the right, as you walk in, there's a big lobby with a lot of tables. There's a bar. There's also a food pickup counter area. Down the hallway towards the back of the site is a restroom. And then there's a kitchen and a storage and a walk-in cooler. So on the left is the exterior design. This was submitted to the planning department, and because of the location, it had to go through design review, and that has been approved. So that is what the applicant would like the exterior to look like. The images on the right are not set in stone yet. Those are some potential designs that the applicant likes, and they have indicated that they want it to look similar to that. Some other details about this. The applicant is also the property owner. They indicated that they will be doing a full interior and exterior renovation prior to opening. They aim to create a Spanish-style environment with open spaces and simple design components. They said that they specifically chose the Type 40 license because it allows minors to be present and it creates a more welcoming environment. They will also provide non-alcoholic beverages, which they mentioned potentially kombucha or lemonades, and they also will have to provide a variety of appetizers. This will be an owner-managed approach. They mentioned that they have a lot of knowledge about the products that they're going to be serving, and they want to create an educational and enjoyable experience. And they mentioned that the niche that they're filling in the community, they're going to be serving rotating offerings from local brewers, which gives them the opportunity to serve their products. So as far as the city council action, after considering all the facts provided and the factors that may be considered for determining the public convenience or necessity, if the city council does find that the public convenience or necessity would be served, they should authorize the Director of Development Services to draft a letter of support to ABC. Or if the city council determines that the public convenience or necessity would not be served by the issuance of this license, they should direct the Director of Development Services to draft a letter opposing the issuance of the license. I'm here for questions, and the applicant also is here for questions.
Any questions? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We do have one request to speak form from Abraham Santana.
Welcome, Mr. Santana. As an applicant, you have 15 minutes. You don't have to use all of it, but I welcome to use.
I wish I had enough to say for 15 minutes, but I don't. But Abraham Santana, my dad's here, and my brother, and we're going to be the ones that are looking to implement this to downtown Merced. And I just wanted to take the time to thank all of you guys for listening to us and all the people that have been involved on this. You know, we can't do it without you guys. So look forward to bringing something new and something positive.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none. All right, anyone else from the public? Okay, back to council for additional discussion and/or a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Harris, Councilmember DuPont, Councilmember Zhang. Pending discussion, Councilmember Zhang, you had a comment.
Yeah, I overall support the project. What I'm not fond of is the sale of alcohol for off-site consumption. I understand it for on-site consumption, but I'm not fully sure I understand what's the point of the off-site sale here. Is that something where the applicant is willing to modify that, or is that something that?
Okay, Mr. McBride, and then we also have the applicant address that.
Councilmember, it's very common right now. You've got several businesses already that serve alcohol, and they provide canned beverages for offsite, canned and bottled beverages for offsite consumption. So it's not unusual at all. Very common.
Thank you.
Councilor Zhang, do you wish to have Mr. Santana address that at all?
No, it's fine.
Okay. All right. Motion and a second. Any additional comments, requests to speak? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer, call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item L, reports. L1, update regarding stopgap aid agreement for fire services and emergency operations coordination between the City of Merced and Merced County.
Okay, Chief Wilson. Should be.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Casey Wilson, Interim Fire Chief for the Merced Fire Department. Thank you for the time this evening. So we're going to provide an update on the Fire and EMS auto aid agreement that was approved back in December. So just a quick review. Merced County closed Fire Station 85 to consolidate staffing and meet some mandated requirements. That went into effect on January 1, 2025, and they requested our assistance via auto aid agreement, generally speaking, for the area in unincorporated area of Northeast Merced and East Merced. So the agreement was approved on December 9th by the council, 2024, with a direction to return with an update in 6 months. So that's why we're here this evening. This is a 2-year agreement that began on January 1st, 2025, and will go through December 31st, 2026. Generally, this follows the timing of the SAFER grant. The direction from council was to continue efforts to improve the CAD-to-CAD communications. The agreement was for year 1 was $315,384 with a 4% increase in year 2. So a little bit of our data from our auto aid agreement. We have responded to a total of 227 incidents for January 1 through June 30th of 2025. This is pretty close to on par with what we anticipated. The 2023 data that we received from Merced County Fire showed 417 incidents. So if things stay as we expect, we'll run about 450 incidents in 2025. So pretty consistent with our standard increase in call volume. So of those 227 incidents, we had 15 fires, most of which were smaller grass, debris, brush fires. 158 of those were EMS calls, pretty standard with what we see in the fire service. We run about 70% EMS calls. And the other call types were just various call types, service calls, good intent calls, many of them canceled on scene or canceled en route type incidents. So this is a breakdown of our unit responses. So you'll see that the number is a little bit higher than how many incidents we respond to. This is because on certain types of incidents, we respond more than a single engine or truck. So for example, on a structure fire, we'll send 2 engines, a truck, and a battalion chief. So that's why our total unit responses is higher. This gives you an idea of what the distribution is like. You may recall this was aligned closely with the implementation of Squad 53. Knowing that Squad 53 was not going to respond to a majority of these incidents because most of them are closest to Station 55. We use an automated vehicle locating system, so we send the closest resource to an incident. You'll probably notice here that we had quite a few at a Station 54, and I'll have a map upcoming that'll kind of explain why that is. Here's the map right here. So you can see that off of East 23rd Street area, I know it's probably a little bit small, but the eastern, kind of southern eastern portion of that blue area, there's quite a density. Most of those were Station 54 responses just by proximity of their station. So you'll see that's why they had 58 responses. And then the majority of them were in the county pockets, mostly off of East Bear Creek, East Alexander, and those areas. You can see there's quite a dense area in those county pockets. So here we're looking at automatic aid incident time on task. So how much time did the Merced Fire Department spend on auto aid incidents for this time period? The average incidents per day worked out to 1.25. It's about what we expected. The time on task, this is total hours for a unit was on scene for automatic aid incidents was 63 hours, and our total personnel time on task is 320 hours. So obviously much higher because we have 3 to 4 personnel on an apparatus most times. So that's how we have 320 hours. The average time per incident works out to about 17 minutes. It varies greatly. This is the average based on whether we were canceled en route and it was only a few minutes, or if it was a fire and we were on scene for 30 minutes to an hour. But our average on scene time is 17 minutes. Here I have one example. We had quite a few success stories in the last 6 months, but this was one that I responded to as well, and I thought it had some significance I would like to highlight for you this evening. On May 23rd, we responded to a reported automatic aid structure fire. This was in the 2900 block at Chestnut Avenue, so this is a county island off of East Alexander, located well within the city of Merced. We dispatched 1 battalion chief, 2 engines, and our ladder truck. Upon arrival, Engine 55 arrived on scene to find 2 RVs on fire with immediate structures threatened. So there's 2 RVs on fire directly adjacent to 2 homes. In this scenario, Engine 55 arrived on scene in about 3 minutes and 31 seconds, so rather short response time. Unfortunately, the first due Merced County engine was diverted to another call while en route, so extending their response time. So this one was rather significant to me because if you can see in the upper right-hand picture there, the RVs were on fire next to a large amount of unmaintained lot, grass, tall brush, and that was immediately adjacent to an abandoned structure that had, windows missing and things like that. And I'm confident when I say that had we not been there as quickly as we were, this likely would have been at least 2 homes on fire, if not more. So pretty confident that we're able to save a significant amount of property there that day. Our commit time for this incident, we arrived on scene pretty quickly, knocked down the fire, and our total commit time for the first due engine was about an hour, and the other resources were released in about 30 minutes. So didn't have a significant impact on our resources that day. Just to note, the next due engine, so I'm sorry, engine 81, that responds out of Martin Luther King, which is 8th and Martin Luther King here in the city. I point that out because the next due engine was coming, I believe, from Station 61 out of 140 and Gurr, so significantly longer response time. Ongoing automatic aid conversations. So Merced County Fire staff has continued to express interest in a reciprocal agreement. We've continued the CAD-to-CAD conversations. We've obtained quotes from our vendors, and they've come back at about $275,000 for a CAD-to-CAD between our two CAD systems. This is what's going to allow us to share data from one dispatch center to the other. So the CAL FIRE side is about $236,000 with a $15,000 annual cost, and the Merced City side is about $25,000 initial cost with about $2,500 annual maintenance if we were to continue to build that custom CAD interface. We are continuing to explore some other options. CAL FIRE has implemented a new software called Tablet Command. This is a command and control device that allows battalion chiefs and dispatch centers to monitor their resources through a tablet, basically. They're on that system statewide, so that's something that the city of Merced, we're exploring to research if that is a possible CAD-to-CAD solution that may be beneficial down to the operations and up through the dispatch center and maybe provide some cost savings. All right. And with that said, the only thing I'd like to add that I didn't include in my presentation is this has really fostered, I would say, some unprecedented collaboration and working relationships between Merced County Fire and the Merced City Fire Department. And I would say this has really applied to all levels of the fire departments, from administration all the way down to the folks on the ground responding to the fires. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for your work on this. Can you go back to the slide that had the different companies responding to right there? So my concern is the use of a multi-million-dollar engine, Engine 55, running these extra calls. It would be great if the squad could do that, but I understand the squad's taken all the heat off Engine 53, or at least a significant part. Could you discuss the pros and cons of using the ambulance that you have in a non-transport mode to do a dual purpose with Station 55? In other words, an EMS call comes in, you get on the ambulance and go to it, versus a suppression call where they take their engine?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be real similar to the squad approach, where it's a much smaller apparatus. The initial cost and the ongoing cost is much more cost effective, and the personnel cost as well. So you're not tying up as many resources for lower acuity calls or calls that don't necessarily require 3 to 4 persons. So for example, our squad is staffed with 2 personnel. So a similar approach, utilizing the ambulance, could be beneficial. It would allow us to just be more efficient with our resources.
Something to look at?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Station 55 is staffed with how many?
4 personnel normally.
All right, so you could still roll an engine to something and be backed up?
Our minimum staffing for an engine is 3-0. So we have to alter staffing a little bit to make sure we meet that minimum staffing per the MOUs.
All right, but if the ambulance is coming back from a call, then they could join up with the engine and create the 3-person?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Kind of want to refresh our memories of where we were in December and kind of the discussions we had. So some of these questions may be redundant from December. So under the agreement, what do we need to staff an engine company under the agreement?
So an engine company, is a minimum of 3 personnel. We normally have 4 on them due to our safer staffing. So are you asking for costs? Is that what you're looking
No,
for?
just purely for staffing purposes under the agreement.
In the agreement, it does not specify what the staffing is.
And so what are our staffing levels, minimum staffing levels currently in the
Currently,
aging
minimum
company?
is 3.
And for squad?
2.
Refresh our memories. The financial model was based upon the squad price. Is that correct?
Yeah, we used that basically as a model to determine some cost. Really, it wasn't that the squad was going to be responding because we placed the squad at Station 53 where we have a much higher call volume and a large amount of overlapping calls where we're seeing slower response times. So it wasn't necessarily the squad responding to those calls, but just the concept that that is what is giving us the capacity to take on the additional call volume from both the automatic aid agreement and the annexation of the university.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the squad's the financial model, but I think the discussion we had was the squad wasn't going to be the one responding. It was going to be the engine most of the time responding,
Correct.
or really our nearest unit in place. Can you refresh our memories? What is the total cost of the contract, or sorry, the total revenue we're receiving from the contract?
The annual revenue is currently for this year $315,000.
So it's roughly about $630,000 for the 2 years.
Yeah, I think there's a 4% inflator in year 2, so yeah, slightly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now moving on, as we're a little refreshed. Actually, let me step back. In the contract and EMS calls, does the county respond to any EMS calls?
No.
So the city itself is responding?
Correct.
If you could go back one more slide. So we have 158 EMS calls. I use my calculator on my phone. Went to law school, not math school. It's roughly about 70% of the calls that we are alone going to. That means the county is not responding. It's only the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's kind of par for the course. If you look 23, 24, it was about 68%, roughly the same numbers, if I recall. Can we talk a little bit about response times within the city? Are there any impacts to response times to the city, or is there impacts at all?
Yes, we did a comparison between the 6 months of the auto aid agreement and the prior 6 months before the auto aid agreement was implemented. And our 90th percentile response time for January 1 through June 30th was 5 minutes and 34 seconds. So we use a 90th percentile. It's a fire service standard NFPA recommendation that allows us to eliminate any statistical anomalies. This is what we're getting on scene most of the time. So 5 minutes and 34 seconds.
Sorry to cut you off. That's this year?
That's for this year,
Okay.
the last 6 months.
Okay.
Same as the auto aid agreement. So the prior 6 months, July 1 through December 31st, 2024, our 90th percentile response time was 5 minutes and 19 seconds. So we are 15 seconds slower than we were prior to having the auto aid agreement. I have to admit, though, our data likely could be skewed a little bit, and it's hard to capture exactly what caused what. But in October 1, we also annexed the university, so we had a call volume increase as well. So that could have played a factor for half of the 6 months.
Right.
In
And in
2024.
October, it could have played in the factor of the 5 minutes, 19 seconds as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
What is the total cost to fund a squad for the city?
Squad staffing is 2 personnel, so we have 3 shifts. So there's a total of 6 personnel. They have an engineer and a firefighter on the squad, so you do not have a captain. So pretty significant cost savings compared to an engine versus a truck. We are about, including overtime, estimated overtime costs, we're about $1.1 million to staff a squad for a year.
Okay. And then for an engine company?
Engine company, 3 personnel is 1.86 million, and a 4-person company, which is currently what most of our engines are staffed at with the safer staffing, and what our truck company is staffed at all the time is about 2.35 million.
Then how large of an area are we covering in this contract?
It's about 10 square miles.
A little off the beaten path here. Can you kind of discuss where we at with CAD to CAD, where the discussions have been, where are they going, and what are we hopefully looking to do?
So CAD to CAD, what we end up with is anytime we transfer a call from one PSAP to another, it's via phone call. And anytime you're making a phone call, it's a little bit slower than a data push from one computer to another. So what the end goal is to speed up the time it takes, help with staffing within the dispatch centers, just because naturally as our dispatch centers get busier, their resources are more tied up, so we want to be more efficient. In addition, we want to not miss information. Obviously, this is critical information that's being shared from one PSAP to another dispatch center to another dispatch center. So our goal is to make sure we're not losing information. So that's the intent of a CAD to CAD. Currently, we've obtained prices. We've looked at the cost and the annual cost. This is a custom interface, or would be a custom interface. So it would take approximately 8 to 10 months up to a year to actually fully build out and implement.
Thank you, Chief. That's all the questions I have for right now.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dupont. Anybody else? Jennifer, anything from the public on this item?
We do have one from Josh Pedrozo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, Josh Pedrozo, Supervisor, District 2, Merced County. I want to thank Chief Wilson for that report and for highlighting the collaboration between the two entities. And I want to take a moment also to sincerely thank the Council and the Merced City Fire Department for continuing to embrace a collaborative approach to auto aid between the city and county fire departments. This report, along with those from our own fire team, makes one thing clear: it's working. We have a responsibility to our constituents to work together, listen to their concerns, and ensure their safety, something that I think that this agreement has done. I genuinely appreciate the openness and willingness to support innovative outside-the-box solutions. They may not be perfect right now, but we have opportunities to fix them. And I look forward to continuing this partnership, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to extend the agreement in the near future. Thank you again.
Thank you, Supervisor Pedrozo. Thank you for your leadership on this. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief Wilson, for the presentation. I've done data analysis before. I know how long these things take. I want to follow up on a couple questions my colleague, Mr. Dupont, was asking. I guess his bottom line. So the staff report says that for the first 6 months of this agreement, the city collected $157,692, which is basically 6 months of the flat rate that was negotiated. Do you have a sense for the true cost of providing the 227 incident responses that we talked about?
The only rate that's really been studied is in an hourly rate in our fee schedule. So we could apply that based on the hourly time to come up with a formula. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. I fully support providing city fire response to county pocket residents for all kinds of reasons we talked about back in December. But there was kind of this concern about cost raised by a number of us up here. We just want to make sure the agreement works. If the agreement doesn't work financially, it's difficult to continue after the 2-year timeframe. So I mean, I would appreciate understanding what the actual cost was to Merced Fire Department versus the amount collected? Because, right, the payment model is sort of a proxy for the actual cost. And so, we could be within a plus or minus, but I'd like to know where that really lines up so we can continue to evaluate this. I'd also would appreciate knowing, so you gave us the aggregate or the average response time, the median response time, 6 months before and after the agreement was executed?
That was the 90th percentile, not
90th
average
percentile?
response
Okay.
time, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what the same time frame in 2024 was, just to try to cross-correct for, holidays and things that are consistent between the two. If you have that number, I'll take it.
I don't have it directly in front of me, but I did pull that, and off the top of my head, it was somewhere in the 518 range as well. So pretty close, but yeah, I can get that information for you.
Okay. I mean, look, I think I didn't go to math school, but I did get a higher degree in science. I mean, it's hard to know kind of what that's caused by. But I mean, if there is a trend to slower response times within the city limits, it might be something we want to take a look at just to assure ourselves that we're doing everything we can to hold response times constant, at least between city and county. And in terms of the auto ed agreement, Chief Wilson, you talked about it in terms of assuring a CAD-to-CAD communication sync up, which I agree is absolutely critical. And I appreciate both your department and the county trying to find a cost model that works. Is part of the discussion for the auto aid agreement still basically swapping out response territories in South Merced around the fairgrounds?
Merced County has continued to express interest in a reciprocal agreement. The challenge will be that most likely the next fire station to have ALS response is going to be Station 51. So we'll be in a situation where we won't be apples to apples. I wouldn't want to not send a paramedic if we had one available on an apparatus.
Right. So we're still not yet at a place where we can, see if we can maintain the level of service for the city limits residents. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I continue to stand in support. I would appreciate knowing the answers to my questions about the response times and the booked revenue versus the actual cost. I'm happy to take that whatever form you and the city manager think is appropriate, but I appreciate your keeping us abreast. Thank you very much.
Sounds good.
I think could just some of the information given today, the 320 hours spent over the 6 months, divide the contract in half, so roughly, 158,000 for the 6 months of the contract for 320 hours, and then so roughly works out to a little less than 500 an hour, I think, for our time. But that also includes, it's including wear and tear on vehicles. That's the operation of very expensive equipment. That's depreciation on cars. So
Yeah.
I guess it gets pretty complicated, but.
No, I know, and I'm not calling for some kind of forensic accounting. I mean, I'm a friend of this arrangement, but I think we have a duty to ask the question, I'm okay if we're losing money, but it's, a reasonable amount, right? I think frankly, this is hopefully the start of the conversation about talking with residents in county pockets to come into the city. Let's just get rid of this whole arrangement in the middle. But, if I don't ask the question, maybe we're getting soaked, which I'm not saying I see that, but somebody's got to ask. So I would appreciate, in the right way, knowing what the answer is, and, if we need to make an adjustment, we can discuss that.
Yeah. What do you think, Casey? Just the big picture question, is it working? And I guess 2 points. One was the point that was made earlier about the 15-second slower response time. Having to go to the UC, having to go to all the other county spots, that provides a very, compelling explanation for a lot of it. But do you think, and then the cost as well, do you think this is overall, you mentioned earlier that the collaboration has been great. You've been appreciative of that, but how would you assess the overall success of this so far in the first 6 months?
So overall, day-to-day operations, working with the county partners, it's been phenomenal. Every fire has gone better. I believe for the most part, our resources are getting on scene quicker, providing a very good level of service to the unincorporated areas of the county. As far as whether it's working financially, we can fine-tune that a little bit. We can use a metric of dividing our annual budget divided by how many calls we run and formulate a number there. It will be significantly higher than what this number would be. I assure you of that. But as far as staffing and response time, so yes, it's 15 seconds slower response time. with the UC, it's really hard to drill down and figure out exactly what caused that. To be honest, I was actually surprised by that number because we added the squad and that gave us so much more capacity in North Merced. I thought it was actually going to go down. And to be honest, I was surprised that it was 15 seconds slower. So the interesting part is the safer staffing is really what's giving us the ability to support these additional call volumes. If we didn't have that safer staffing, it would be challenging and we would see a more significant reduction in response times.
Thanks, sir. All right, Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little disturbed just because it sounded like you had more of a supplement and wanting to protect those in the county. And we're here and sitting on this council elected by those in the city. There's a couple things that I think proves where we were in December of this discussion that the financial model is not working. Operationally, I have no issues. You know why? We have the best fire department in the county. A reciprocal agreement, we can't even approach the table yet because the county doesn't have the same level of service that the city provides. So if we have 81 responding to South Merced, they're going to get a lower level of service than what the city of Merced is providing. And I'm not okay with that. Any response time impact is important, should be looked at. Is it a UC thing? It could be, right? And that may be the explanation. But this agreement should not be impacting the service that we're providing to city residents because they're paying for that level of service. So this financial model is not appropriate. I mean, you heard squad cost $1.1 million. So now the financial model we were using, it was about $900,000 we were using previously in December. So the question is, 1/3, is that actually covering the true cost of what the city is putting? Again, like Councilmember Smith said, if we're eating some money, I understand. I want to be good to our neighbors. I want to be in a partnership with the county. However, the county has to understand they have to be in a partnership with us as well. If we're sending engines 88% of the time, and the cost of engines are upward to $3.5 million, the financial model is not cutting it. We're here to protect and serve the city and the city resources. So, in my opinion, I do believe the county is getting a cheap price for the best service in the county from our city fire department. I mean, we're responding 70% of the time without the county responding whatsoever. 70% of the time, it's just the city. 10 square miles. So, well, I understand that we want to be good neighbors. I want to be a good neighbor as well. But to be a good neighbor, you have to have a good neighbor. And the data is showing that the financial model does not match up to what we're providing. And that's all I'm asking. If that's hard to swallow, then again, it's unfortunate, but we're providing a service to the county. You look at the agreements they just entered into with, or budget they had for Station 75 and Station 76 and Station in Livingston, they're all upward past $1 million. And our total contract price is about $600,000. So granted, I'm here to want to help. I want to be a good neighbor, but the data is not showing me that the financial model, which we brought up last time, is the appropriate financial model we should be using. Thank you.
Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I have two more questions. For the 158 EMS incidents, are we getting first responder money from the county, from the EMS agency?
As a pass-through, anything that we respond to, yes, we would get a first responder fee, potentially, based on the payer mix and how often they pay and all. Yes.
Right, but we're getting them even though it's an automatic aid?
Yes.
Okay. Second, when you get a call from an automatic aid area, what's the path that it takes? Is it going to the county first and then being transferred to our center? Or is it coming in directly to our 911?
It varies. Most of the time it goes into their PSAP and then is transferred to us, but sometimes because the cell phones bounce, mostly it comes through cell phones, it goes to the tower. Sometimes they come directly to our PSAP. So in that case, we have a GIS layer built into our map that says this is an auto aid area. We automatically dispatch the resource and notify CAL FIRE that we're en route. If it comes to their PSAP, then they make the request via the phone.
I would look at that because in my experience, if you've got that transfer coming that's not a direct call like we have in the city, then that could easily explain the difference in the response times. Thank you.
Our response times were all based off of our data, not the call processing time in Mariposa. So it was all when it came to our PSAP. So.
Oh, so you start the clock when it's dispatched, not when the call's taken?
Yes, it is call received to arrival, but that's to our PSAP, not to CAL FIRE's dispatch. So that response time increase wouldn't be accounted for because we're not accounting for that call time between CAL FIRE and our PSAP.
Which we know there's some delay.
Sure, yeah, hence the cat-to-cat design.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. Could you go to the slide of the automatic aid success story? Perfect. So per our agreement, how many apparatus are we required to send out?
We don't specify in the agreement. CAL FIRE, Merced County Fire requested a single engine to replace the engine 85 that was closed down. So that is something that, to be frankly honest, I refuse to do. At minimum, I want 2 engines, a truck, and a battalion chief responding. And the reason is we operate a little bit differently. Our equipment is a little bit different than that of the county. So for example, when we respond to this county area, there's no hydrants in that area. So our engines only have 500 gallons of water. So at minimum, I want 2 engines there so they could do a tank transfer to transfer the water from one engine to the second engine to buy them time for the county resource water tender to get there that carries 3,000 gallons of water. So this was my request that if we were going to enter this auto aid agreement, that this is the minimum I would send on an automatic aid structure fire to make sure that we had the correct equipment and the amount of resources there to make sure that our firefighters are safe. Sending a single engine with 3 to 4 people on it to a working structure fire several miles into the county with the next due unit 15 minutes away is just not the way the city of Merced operates, and I wasn't comfortable operating in that environment.
Okay, thank you. I must be reading the agreement wrong because under here it's saying that the city will provide an engine that has a capability similar to that of a Type 1 engine, and the city will provide a squad capability similar to that Type 6 engine. And it was saying 1 squad and 1 engine company. So I guess I'm reading that wrong.
Yeah, the intent there is the minimum. That was the county's language to make sure they were at least getting the minimum.
The minimum?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Anybody else? Need anything from us? Information only. So that's it. Casey, thank you again for all your work on this, and appreciate your presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you as always.
Agenda item M, business, M1, anti-slumlord ordinance discussion.
If we could take a brief break, call it just a brief 5-minute recess, and be back at 9 o'clock. Whitaker, quit trying to get the scoop, man. Trying to get the inside scoop. Trying to have a meeting here. Ronnie. City Attorney Cornwell.
Mayor, Council, good evening. We're here to talk about the anti-slumlord ordinance. The last time this item was before you, Council did not adopt the Merced Rental Housing Inspection Program, but Council is still open for some type of legislation. And I was asked to visit or review Fresno's ordinance in the area. When I looked at Fresno's ordinance, it still dealt with the registry as a framework for what they're doing. So I have a different idea I wanted to present to the group. Would like us to consider a more targeted approach and create a chronic offender ordinance. And the intent of this ordinance would be to identify repeat violators and would not cast a burden on compliant landlords. From our discussion with the last proposal, I believe we had comments from the audience that we were trying to address a few of the habitual violators. And I'd like to customize a program that would do just that. And the majority compliant landlords would have no concern with it. It would not address how they are conducting their business. Now, it would require fire, police, code, building come together and be able to track across all departments violations. So I'd work with our departments to see how feasible that would be. And then, while I don't have the actual definition, it would be something like 3 violations over a 12-month or 24-month period. There'd be an ability to come out of chronic offender territory by addressing their issues. So it's not a designation that you're stuck with, but during that time frame when you are not complying as well as collecting violations and maintaining a nuisance property, you would be in this heightened identified zone by the city. I'm also considering a tenant disclosure when you are within a chronic offender time period. It would require another ordinance, a local tenant protection ordinance that would explain and identify that when you're a chronic offender, you need to provide notice to potential tenants as well as current tenants. And again, trying to create a deterrent for being a chronic offender. I think we've had situations before this body where tenants have come up and discussed ongoing problems that that don't seem to be resolved with their landlords. So it's those type of egregious situations that we're trying to deal with. The other thing, and I know it's going to come up, we're going to want enhanced penalties. It doesn't make sense for chronic offenders to face the same penalties as the current legislative schemes on the books. So I would be looking into an enhanced penalty. One possibility is creation of a public list to spread the information of the properties in our city that aren't in compliance. And another area for consideration is an additional licensing procedure that chronic offenders need to comply with, as well as the regular business licensing that all landlords have to do. So that was sort of my my concept with an ordinance I wanted to bring forward. Would love to get your thoughts on it. I was moving away from the registry framework that Fresno had and doing something a little more customized for Merced. And then I have done enough research to feel comfortable presenting it. It's still, research is ongoing, but I believe it would pass constitutional review because I think we have a rational basis under the public health and safety standard that it would pass review. Discussion, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cornwell. Thank you for your thoughtful presentation. Any questions, initial questions from council? Jennifer, do we have anything from the public on this?
We do have one from Ashley Marie Suarez.
Questions from the council before we take public input? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cornwell. I was very pleased to see this come up on in our agenda packet. I know they've been working on it for a while. Just to reflect back on a couple of points. Excuse me a second. I've been told that I need to speak more into the mic, so I'm going to try to do that. So I like your more narrow focus on the problem, as opposed to, say, creating a bureaucratic infrastructure, which may be more what you're saying is the Fresno model. I like it keeping it complaint based, but once a property has been identified, it kind of gets overwhelming resources. It seems to me that when we talked about this last time, we talked about maybe 100 or so properties out of tens of thousands or thousands being the real problem. I might ask you to consider maybe being like a top 10 or a top 20 hit list that gets our scarce code enforcement resources and your resources, as opposed to just creating a list, because my concern would be that over a year or two, it would just look like the current list of bad actors. And I'm not trying to say that any one of them is okay, but right, if we can start taking them out of the bad actor column, we can continue to work down the list. So it's just a thought. I really like the idea that if a property continues to be a chronic problem, that it encounters a new requirement, meaning that it has to have a license for the privilege to rent residential units in the city limits. I do have some concern that the loss of that privilege might ultimately displace residents. I mean, you know, this kind of goes without saying, but some of our residents are almost forced to live in these units in the condition they're in, not just because of economics, but because they can't afford to leave. So maybe this is something that you thought about, and I didn't get it from the materials, but I think we probably need to think a little bit about making sure that while these problems are being addressed, that we're not creating a retaliation situation or displacing tenants. I'll let you respond. Go ahead.
I wasn't comfortable enough to bring up tenant relocation, but I did. But that is one of the issues. Yeah.
So the idea that I had is if there's a way that through this process, the city can make some kind of official administrative findings that could be taken as fact, right? We've talked a lot about how council play a role in this, and the city's not, in my view, in a position to take on that role. But a lot of these habitability cases, as you know, are litigated on contingency. And if there's a way that a case can be presented to a contingency lawyer for plaintiffs where there's already findings showing a lack of habitability, I wonder if our residents could more easily get counsel and then have a right to relocation benefits under that civil code. So anyway, think about whether we have that ability, and you know that raises new due process requirements, right? Because those findings can be appealable. But other than the process, it would be costless, right? Mm-hmm. And we're already going to have code enforcement officers making findings your office is going to review. There might be a role for that. And I've got other thoughts, but I want to let others talk. I want to let Ms. Suarez talk. But when we discussed this last time, we talked about having the Public Safety Committee host a community focus group once we got to the point where there was an ordinance to discuss. I'd still like us to do that. I think it makes sense to invite some of our tenant advocates in the city, but also some of the property managers who are on the good side of the law, so to speak, kind of get their input from a practical standpoint. And again, you know, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'd be happy to do everything I can to facilitate that. So thank you, Mr. Cornwell.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Smith. Anybody else? Okay, so you done? Ms. Suarez.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Marie Suarez. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council, mainly focusing on housing advocacy with residents within the city of Merced as well as unincorporated city of Merced. In recent times, I have been doing outreach in the areas where there is affordable housing, trying to just get a better understanding of what challenges they're facing, just to get a little bit better of an understanding as to what housing challenges there are, given that the housing element is something that the city is currently working on. And so while we appreciate the city considering an anti-slumlord policy to address landlords that continuously and consistently abuse power and take advantage of their tenants, it's simply not enough. I want to highlight that tenants often submit work orders and share housing condition concerns with property managers and owners, but there's no follow-through to address any of those housing challenges. Sometimes that includes mold, carpet replacement, parts of their entrances falling apart, rent increases, which are coming way too often and too high, especially with tenants that are at a subsidized property. And so when some of these things are discussed and brought up and there's no follow through, it kind of prevents and discourages tenants from continuing to submit work orders, to continue bringing up these issues and these challenges, especially to representatives that they feel represented by once upon a time and then feel like they're not really addressing these issues at its core. And so, as I mentioned, this is going to impact whether or not residents feel comfortable submitting complaints to code enforcement in the long run. And so by not holding landlords accountable or property managers responsible for maintaining rental property, many of these disadvantaged groups and special housing needs populations get neglected and feel that they need to silently just deal with poor housing conditions to avoid displacement, as you might have mentioned. And so anti-slumlord policy would not be able to address negligent rental property management that goes underreported. That is something that I want to make very clear. A rental registry and rental inspection program would ensure that a database with rental property addresses and owner or management contact information is readily available so that there is consistent and routine inspections done at random, especially if it's a property with multiple units, to incentivize the property management and the owners to maintain properties, all of the units, not just the few selected that are going to be consistently inspected. And so my point is that if routine inspections are done, that would make sure that all of the rental properties are properly maintained and that it creates healthy and sustainable, safe housing for all residents, not just the ones that can afford to maintain it in case the manager or the owner don't want to take matters into their own hands. And so I want to highlight that in order to prevent habitability issues, proactive work needs to be done, not reactive work. We strongly recommend that the city add a rental registry and rental inspection program to the housing element to ensure that all residents can live in healthy and safe housing without the fear of retaliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we had, Mayor.
Okay, back to council. Additional questions? Councilor Smith.
Unique thoughts, I promise. Since my colleagues didn't jump in, I would encourage you to think about, to Ms. Suarez's point, some kind of accountability. So timeframes for properties to be ameliorated, penalties if it's not ameliorated within a time frame. And it seems to me that there's a role for extremely egregious actors of daily fines. And of course, some kind of reporting back to the community on successes, hopefully. Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you, sir. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Attorney Cornwell. I join in the comments of Councilmember Smith. I like the narrowly tailored approach. Rental registry has been discussed by this council multiple times. We have multiple times said that is not the direction we want to go. However, accountability is first and foremost in a lot of the issues that we may be having within the city and are having in the city. So having some enforceability mechanism is important to have. I would be worried as well, kind of impact to city resources. What does that look like? Do we have the capacity currently to take in the complaints and in a quick manner filter the complaints through the necessary departments to ensure that we're keeping these bad actors compliant, or if they are compliant, then are we checking on that? So that would be my concern as well to city resources. Tenant relocation, Councilmember Smith brought it up. I do agree. We don't want to get into a situation where we are causing further issues. Tenants don't have a place to go by fully shutting down inhabitable areas. While it's a concern, we need to figure out what may be the solution to that. And that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Councilor Jean.
So this isn't what I would normally want, right? And I know we discussed it in the past. I'm not fond of how narrow the scope is here. I do have a few suggestions, and that's with as as some of the council member up here mentioned, I'd like to see how feasible financially this would be, right? It sounds like we're not actually, let me take that back. We'll see how it is when it comes out, right? When we see the documents. I'd like to see what kind of teeth there is, right? As Councilmember Smith was suggesting, what are ways in which we could actually hold landlords accountable. I think, as you mentioned before, about tenant protections and then local tenant protection ordinance, I would love to see what language is in there and how can we expand tenant protections, right? How do we ensure that tenants are able to stay in their homes, let's say post repairs, right? What if the landlords increase the rent right at that point after it's done? How do we ensure that tenants are able to actually stay? I think one thing that Councilmember Smith kind of alluded to in terms of legal services, I think those are things that we should add into our tenant protections. And so I would love to see how we expand it other than just simply on evictions or preventing evictions, because there's so much more things that we could do. I will stop there for now.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jean. What else? Craig, how much at this point is, from your perspective and turning to police chief as well, if is lack of just capacity and resources versus having inadequate tools to address the issues? I mean, do you feel at this point that the legal tools you have in terms of our ordinances, state laws, whatever other tools you have, can be improved? Or is it mainly an issue just, more code enforcement officers and just as so often is the need and the demands are greater than the resource? And then going through court, I mean, there's legal proceedings too, which can take significant time going through court as well.
I'll let the chief talk about the code enforcement aspect of it and those resources. But I'll say that when, Chief, can you go on the code part?
Mayor, I think it's a little bit of both. I think as we start this program, I could see us being extremely busy. And then once we get our feet under us and we have a program working and we have tools in place, I could see there being capacity. I just want to remind this council that this year you approved a new community service officer that went to code enforcement. That was the purpose of that. So we went from a staffing of 3 to a staffing of 4 or 5. I might have my numbers off, but we added 1. I do know that. So we're adding another code enforcement, officer, so we could take on more work. But the tools are needing to be looked at. We need to make sure that we have tools at our fingertips that would hold, I believe as the council has referred to them, our bad actors accountable. If you incur a very minimal fine for being a bad landlord, but your rent is still rolling in, we're really not being very effective. But if we have tools in place that can hold people financially accountable for what they're doing and have support mechanisms built in for the tenants, because unfortunately the tug of war between code enforcement and the property owner leaves the tenant somewhere in the middle, and that's the unfair part of all this. And so we need to be researching how are we providing a service to the tenant, holding a landlord accountable, making sure we have the resources to work the cases, but the poor tenant is not being left unattended and inevitably homeless at the end of this. That's not the goal here. The goal here is to rehab properties and make sure that people are living in dwellings without mold and with hot water and with heat and air conditioning and making our landlords accountable. So I know that the easy out to your answer, Mayor, is to say it's a little bit of both. We need some better tools at our fingertips. We need to make sure we're adequately staffing a unit that can address the volume. I think I've heard some great ideas, a top 10 list. We do a top 10 list. In fact, I email you guys the top 10 list usually Monday. of our kind of top 10s. And I believe it's shared with our city manager, and he shares it with people. But there's another part of this that I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, that we have one city attorney right now trying to do all this. So we need to make sure we're addressing that need as well. And I don't want to speak for him, but there's a lot of moving mechanisms in place here beyond code enforcement that we have to address and make sure we're dealing with, because one of you mentioned it, there's a lot of court that goes along with this, and my staff relies on the city attorney's office for the court proceeding portion of it, if that all makes sense. So the police department is prepared with our current staffing levels. Whether we add people or not is irrelevant. The police department is completely prepared to support this council for whatever the workload is that comes forth with whatever new agenda item we have, to make sure we will do the very best, and we will make sure that it is being addressed properly. We have plenty of staff to make arrangements to make that work. So we are always prepared to address the council's needs with whatever staffing we have.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief. So on the legal side, City of Merced has the tools on the books. What I'm hoping through this legislation is deterrence. Right now, my office has the biggest hammer, the receivership program. Someone taking over managing a property, owner has to step aside, and the courts oversee the property coming back into compliance. Short of that, it's with the departments trying to get compliance before sending it to my office. So there's nothing in between that can help the habitual owners see that it's not, playing this game is just not worth it, until they're in court saying, well, what's going on in the receivership program. So to come up with something, while it's still with code enforcement, that serves as, I need to listen to the city because this can happen, I think would help the overall program. But you have a plan, and this is our next item on the agenda, gets into it a little more, but we have several tools for nuisance properties.
Thanks, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward. This was something that myself and Councilmember Shane have been, I would say, very passionate about and implementing into the city. While it might not be perfect along the means of what everyone wants for the city to adopt, I think this is what gets the ball rolling and going after some of those bad actors within our community. And I'm looking forward to see what this will look like.
And I think also initially, it can be data work, just reviewing the list and seeing where our problems are and who the problems are, and make them aware of the new ordinance, where you don't have to go out in the field because these chronic offenders are already among us. So.
Craig, in terms of direction tonight, you're just looking for general direction as to whether to proceed along this course or a slightly modified course?
Yeah, if I can get a nod that I'm on the right street,
Got it. Yeah.
I can get something back to you guys or to the committee in about less than 60 days.
Okay. So hearing general support, it appears, for a model where there's a focus on the bad actors and then more teeth in terms of being able to hold them accountable and enhanced penalties against those bad actors. Is that roughly what we're hearing and kind of the general focus?
Yes.
Is there?
Yes.
Additional, should we bring any additional discussion? Craig, any direction on anything more specific than that? Or is that sufficient direction to make sure you're continuing on the right street? Don't have.
Yeah, that's fine. I've written down the comments, so I know the challenge.
Okay.
So I'll bring something back.
Yes, sir. Jennifer, need a motion to that effect or general direction? Okay.
I'm good if the city attorney's good.
Okay. Good. All right. On to M2.
Okay, agenda item M2, Councilmember Harris requests to discuss blighted property enforcement.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. Turn it over to City Attorney Cornwell and Councilmember Michael Harris.
So, Councilman, you had a comment a few meetings back about blighted properties. I think there was an issue. We had a challenging property and whether the city had authority to go on the property and make, correct the violation. So we have on the books Municipal Code 8.4 that deals with nuisance properties. And the city has the following tools available to it. We can always go on property with consent. After administrative notice and hearing, we can enter the property to perform an abatement. We can obtain an administrative warrant where I get a report and an officer to go with me to court and explain to a judge the situation, have the judge bless us to go on the property. Emergency conditions, imminent threat to life or property, law enforcement can enter and perform work. And then we can lien the property for our time and costs, and then the owner is responsible for that payment. Now, it is a passive way to get paid. Often, you're waiting for the sale of the property for them to take care of the lien. But we do have those tools on the books. And I think that would address the blighted ordinance that you're talking about. I think we can get those situations accomplished through 8.40 of the municipal code.
Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Attorney Cornwell. I appreciate your work on this. The two properties that I was called about were really in bad shape. And once we discovered this code chapter, they were cleared up completely. And it is a great tool. And I'd be remiss if I didn't call out the hard work that code enforcement does and has done for the city. They're really kind of unsung heroes. Nobody likes to see them coming, except the people who care about the way the city looks. But they do a great job, and they're just kind of in the background. So I wanted to call out their contribution to us. I don't see anything really to add to this code chapter 8.40. It gives you the tools, we've used them. It's anything from a little tap to a big hammer. And in conjunction with the previous item on landlords, I think we have some pretty powerful tools to ensure that the city continues to look good and the tenants are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer, anything from the public on this?
We do have one from Eric Serrato.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Eric Serrato, President of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. Just wanted to add our organization's support for any effort that creates greater accountability for those neighbors, commercial or otherwise, that demonstrate a lack of consideration for everyone else that lives in downtown Merced. It's incredible the amount of influence a blighted home or a boarded up storefront can have on everything around it. And oftentimes, owners are absent in the truest sense, meaning they live far away, absolutely comfortable with the harm that their building is causing, sometimes year over year. Coincidentally, the Downtown Neighborhood Association at its August 9th meeting will be meeting to identify our official Dirty Dozen, which are the 12 most blighted, discarded, offensive spots in our downtown neighborhood fabric. It's a funny name, but this is serious stuff. Blighted properties attract crime and dumping. They signal disinvestment. They bring down property values of hardworking families and retirees. It makes us less safe and it drags down our overall economy. And so we want to thank Councilman Harris for his leadership on this effort. And we want the city to know that they have a real partner in helping address this issue, particularly in the downtown neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And Councilmember Harris is willing to work so hard and just to keep his own house off the list. That's what he told. No. Mr. Cornwell.
So those were my comments. If it's all right we'll keep going to 8.40 in the municipal code, and I'll work on something tailored for our habitual offending landlords.
Okay. Is that acceptable to the council? Councilmember Jean?
Just curious, because Councilmember Harris, you mentioned 2 properties that were quickly resolved after discovering Chapter 8.40. Just curious what's the administrative process in which we got there, in terms of like, why wasn't that done beforehand?
We have to go to the chief on that.
I can help out a little bit on this one. And Councilmember Harris, I can't recall the address of the one property. It's been problematic for some time. I know it was the end of a street.
Cameron.
Thank you. This is an address that has been reported numerous times by the residents. It was questionable. A lot of conversation was it in the city, was it in the county? Actually, the last complaint came in through the county. We did the research and realized, no, it's in the city, so we claimed it. We had a partnership actually with Public Works who came out, and they did clean up for what they could address, which was materials in the public right of way. So they cleaned that up. And in that case, code enforcement cited the owners repeatedly, many times, for what they could. And what helped was we actually had a property owner that turned over, and they were more vested, and they decided it was time to really take care of the issue. So we did not have to resort to using the tools here. It was basically their own commitment to take care of the problem that fixed it. So we had the tool available here, but did not need to use it in that case. I think the second one was at East 21st and G Street. And this has been a long-standing, and I'm sure it's going to be on the Dirty Dozen list if it's not the top of the list, which is the abandoned gas station that's been there. And so clearly it's a problem. And I think in that case, it's the same issue. We've had multiple citations from code enforcement. And in that instance, the same issue. You have a new ownership that took over that's also stepped in to do some cleanup. Craig, I don't know if you got anything to add. I think that may have been involved in some ownership changes as well. I know you were involved and the chief has been involved, but it's kind of the same issue.
Yeah, it actually sold and then fell out of escrow a couple days before the end, wasn't it? A few days before the escrow was supposed to go, it fell out of escrow. It has a new owner, which explains the new fencing and the new paint and all that stuff. So we're hopeful. We're keeping our fingers crossed that this time it gets across the finish line with its new owners. And I believe the plan was to redeem the property and bring it back open to another commercial business. But we went through the whole process. We got it very close to the finish line, but unfortunately, because of the way the process is developed, once it fell out of escrow, we had to literally start over again as if it was day one with the property. So it required a lot of code enforcement hours, but we were able to get that filed to the city's attorney's office because we were familiar with the property, so it did go faster, but it's back in escrow now with the new potential owner, and I think we can probably see the light at the end of the tunnel with that project as well.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to add is that, this is really an escalating gradient, right? Like we're going to use the tools with code enforcement to try to get to the point where when we don't have compliance and we need to use this much heavier, more forceful tool that's available to us, this is not the first thing you're going to use, right? This is at the end, the culmination of a process. So in both of these instances, this was not necessary to be used, but we were able to get voluntary compliance because of the change of ownership. So just to be very clear about that process.
Yeah, I just wanted to ensure that we are able to abate these problems, or make sure they get cleaned up. And it's great that things are moving along, but to me, it sounds almost like if there was no change in ownership, like where would we be, right? Like.
Yeah, I want to make sure I add, and I appreciate it was a very good prompt. I want to make sure that I advise the council and the public very clearly. When I met with Fire, Craig, and PD, I was very clear. We have this available on the books. Let's use it. The information that I had, it hasn't been used in over 15 years, and I go, there's no reason not to use this. If there's a concern about not getting repaid, you guys can handle that. We'll talk about it together. If there's a tool that we need to be used, let's make it available. So I want to make sure that you know that I intend that we're going to use this in the future. And I gave them a challenge, which is come up with the worst properties that we see, and let's talk about using this tool.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that part. We're going to be doing this more so going forward. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jean. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate Councilmember Harris bringing up this blighted property issue. I appreciate Attorney Cornwell looking into it. And then I appreciate this council thinking about it and saying that we don't have to do something at this point. Let's not just do things to do things. So it's a good discussion. I did want to maybe shine a light on the vacant building ordinance that we talked about maybe in the December timeframe. Sent it back with some requests for revisions. Probably, if given your very stretched bandwidth, City Attorney, if we could maybe fold that into the same drafting sessions you're going to be due about with the anti-slumlord ordinance.
Yes.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing none. That's it. Councilmember Harris, I just wanted to applaud you for all the, and I want to make up for that really dumb joke I made, but by saying that your work on that Cameron property is really exemplary. Like neighbors reached out to you, you did truly. That's just it's exemplary work what you've done there, helping to get that done. So, wanted to applaud you for that. All right. M3, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item M3, Mayor Serrato's request to discuss a potential ballot measure for the 2026 general election.
Okay, we mentioned this at our second meeting in June. I think we had a subcommittee consisting of Councilmember Smith, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, and Councilmember DuPont, if I'm not mistaken, start looking into this, to come back today with potentially some recommendation. My understanding, there's been some meeting with the consultants as well in the potential to do some polling in the future. Just by way of a preface, one, as Merced, as we saw just on the agenda today, with all the potential annexations, with everything else, and with all the results from the last couple of years too, we're a very fast-growing city with expanding needs. We've talked for years and years about things like new police station, new fire station, public works yard, parks, roads, housing, all that. Big needs, both in terms of one-time capital expenses, also given the expansion we've had, in particular in our fire department over the last few years, looking to expand more into roads as we have, adding some personnel there. The police department in a better position than it's been in a long time. All that with expanding ongoing expenses as well. So potential options, what to look at, either when it comes to acquiring resources to do the big one-time projects we've been talking about for a while, or to continue funding our ongoing expenses. So, and especially as we grow and the city gets bigger and bigger, and as it's really poised in a big way to continue growing, getting ahead of those curves, I think is really important, especially as we pass the 100,000 threshold and then we move on and on from there. Our crime numbers have been very good. The last year or two, our homeless numbers are actually going down. But continuing to maintain those, I think, is really essential, and that requires us to, our city as an organization, to perform at a high level and perform the best, and to provide the best services possible. So that's my little preface, and turn it over to the city manager or someone from the subcommittee to discuss what was talked about. See Councilor Smith going for the button there.
I don't want to cut off City Manager McBride, but I'll just say,
Your thoughts? Good.
On behalf of the council members, they can speak for themselves. We did have a pretty thorough and substantive meeting with a potential consulting group that included polling expertise, but also message and strategy advice. And to try to boil it down from the operational side, we talked about fielding a poll in the near term, where we would float to respondents the idea of a couple different funding mechanisms, whether it be some kind of an infrastructure bond or a sales tax, and then ask targeted questions to try to figure out the issues that resonate with voters as a way to get some information. On a substantive level, I agree with everything you said, Mr. Mayor, in terms of what to look at. I mean, to me, speaking just myself, the two things that I would want to know if residents in our city are interested, one is some kind of infrastructure improvement measure. We've talked for a long time. In fact, we've all read for generations about building a new police station. We need to build a new fire station. If we don't roll up our sleeves and do that, it'll never get done. So that's one. Two, I would advocate for at least doing some testing on a potential parks-related measure. If for no other reason, then we've given the green light with generosity from the Central Valley Opportunity Fund to, if I got that wrong, please excuse me, to do a parks master planning process, which could be a natural springboard for some kind of a measure when that process is done. Now, what does that look like? I would support some kind of a measure to fund parks as we envision it. Would I support something that looks like Fresno's Measure P? Probably not. But if we don't get smart, get some polling, then we can't really have a discussion as a council. So that's my blast of a fire hose sketch at almost 10 o'clock. And Scott, anything to jump in and add?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to reiterate that we had a productive conversation with a very qualified consultant. I think that there's more work to be done. Clearly, we need to hear from the community about things that they would be willing to support. Mayor, I think you hit it. We're striving to be really good at what we do. I think we've achieved a lot together. We have a lot of needs, right? Once you kind of achieve something, to maintain it is difficult. There's a long way to go. I mean, we hear it through the goals and priorities about our needs for park safety, park amenities, keep maintaining what we're doing there. Our roads are still an issue, and we need to still plan for the future in terms of our infrastructure, especially for public safety facilities. We need to get the feedback and see where the community is, see if they're on board with where we think we need to have the investment go, and see what support there is. So there's a lot of work to be done. I think the group should meet again, talk about some priorities, perhaps a survey, polling needs to be done in the future. The good thing is on the schedule, there's still time to do it, but there's not a lot of time to waste. And so I think that's a good update for where we are so far.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Smith and City Manager summed it up pretty good and it encapsulated a lot of the discussion that we had. It is early in the process, so further discussion will continue, and look forward to some of the different mechanisms that we can possibly use. Same in the line of Councilmember Smith, public safety and infrastructure, and that way is including public works infrastructure, as well as, what does if a parks measure is even valuable, then what does that look like? So again, early in the discussion, but had a good kickoff meeting to discuss some of the marketing and polling issues, as well as, what previously was done around those areas as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the subcommittee for your work on this. I just wanted to make sure that roads was part of the discussion. That's all.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Direction needed, Scott?
Not yet.
Okay. So continue. Do you need direction to authorize additional polling on this, or you get your word? What would you like from us?
Yeah, I think what we need to do is we need to get a proposal back from the consultant team, review it with the subcommittee, and then look to bring it back on an agenda for consideration. And so probably, I think the next step is probably reconvene as a subcommittee to see what we've got and review it with them first for recommendation.
Okay. Is the council setting the parameters tonight of certain things the consultant could poll on, or are we just kind of leaving it open?
I think you could really go either way. Yeah, I don't have a pulse on that yet. I feel like we may be a little early in that, but I think that if you've got some ideas, it wouldn't hurt to at least get the ideas out there.
Okay. All right. Additional thoughts, discussion on specific ideas? And there's been the change you've mentioned over the past few years, roughly a quarter cent for parks.
I'll just be spitballing.
Okay.
I think I talked about two substantive issues, but I think that the part to underscore is that the subcommittee and the consultants and the city manager talked about the next step being a poll that kind of took a thumbnail on a lot of issues. And then we'll get that top line data and then come back and we'll be able to have that substantive discussion. So right now, nobody's deciding what's in or out.
Yeah.
And I think we probably could have another discussion about it, but I think probably the suite of issues would be almost what you'd expect.
Yeah. Okay. And too, the polling is going to dictate. If there's support for a certain item, then it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Exactly.
But yeah, along the lines of general sales tax, specific sales tax, and then bonds to help fund, infrastructure facilities. And we've, to do these, one, to provide the level of service that I think we all want to and deliver the way our community so often asks us for. It's going to take resources, one. And then two, all these big projects that we've talked about for so long, those are resource intensive. So, the good ideas are the easy part, but executing and making them happen and having those hard decisions and securing the funding for them is what, that's really the difficult part and the important part.
Absolutely.
Are these new ones? I have Councilmember DuPont, Harris, and Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Are these new or are these?
Mine's old.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. I was just going to say, what are our priorities, infrastructure, roads, but what the common individual in our town might think something else is. So what our topics might be of priorities, I think doing the polling, that's really what's going to show us of what's going to show support to pass something. So.
Okay. All right. Is that sufficient direction, Mr. McBride, or need additional? Okay. Good. I'm good. Okay, thank you all for your work on this.
Okay, agenda item M4, request to add item to future agenda.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I don't have any requests for our agenda, but just to request the city manager that we've been kind of kicking around this idea of a gray water recapture, and we've had some side conversations. If we could agendize that with the utility subcommittee in the next whatever, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councilor Harris.
I do have an item. It was brought to my attention that a patient at Mercy Hospital needed to be transferred to St. Agnes, a total of 61 miles, in a non-emergent ambulance, not part of a county EMS system, but a private ambulance company transporting this patient. There was no urgency. The patient didn't receive any IVs or monitors or anything other than a ride in an ambulance, and was billed over $7,300. My suggestion is for us to discuss an ordinance that would require the estimate on these non-emergent type transports, just like you take your car in for service and he give you an estimate and you say, okay, I agree to that, to be able to find out whether or not alternate methods are available. It took 4 hours to arrange the transport. He could have Ubered for $100 and would have been fine medically. So I think this is something that we can discuss, and I will tell you that Assemblywoman Soria is going to introduce statewide legislation to this effect, but it won't even start until January. But I think we can do something locally.
Okay, how'd you like to proceed? Would you like to have it on a?
If I can get a second to expedite it, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, let me pull up my calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, you got a second. That's a second to, Councilmember Zhang, was that a second to expedite it or a second to second it?
It'll be both.
All right.
We have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Zhang. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
Could we hold off just for 1 second? Councilmember Harris, would you prefer the August 4th or 18th date?
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, we should do the 18th, is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Can you amend your motion to make it the 18th?
So amended.
Councilmember Zhang, is that okay if it's the 18th?
Yes.
All right. Motion to expedite and have it on the August 18th agenda.
We have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Zhang. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember DuPont voting no.
Okay, we'll hear that on August 18th. And Councilmember Zhang. Anything else, Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Harris, anything else? Okay, thank you, sir. Councilmember Zhang?
I don't have anything.
Councilmember DuPont?
Nothing tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle?
Nothing.
All right, I had one little thing. There's some discussion tonight. There's been some discussion over for a long time about potential, I know I've had these conversations too with several council members as well, the island annexations. In particular, we saw it on the map that was put up there today, deals a lot with the fire and all the good work Casey, you and your department are doing in those areas, Harris Acres, Pira, that area, the Black Rascal area as well. No rush, but I think we should have and staff's already been this is part of goals and priorities, so I don't know if so I think staff can start working on it already, but council subcommittee, come back in a few months, and in the meantime, we can maybe have some discussions, get a little more information. The subcommittee can gain a little more information. I know a lot of work's been done already over the years. And then hope maybe some community engagement as well, but I think just over the course of a few months, come back towards the end of the year would be okay. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. So, I mean, I wholeheartedly support that effort and also potentially prioritizing it, but I was under the impression that the work on annexing county islands in D4 and D2 is already ongoing. It might be more of an issue of pace rather than whether or not it's going, but if the council would like to impanel a subcommittee, I think it would probably make sense to do that with the two council members who have the county pockets and the mayor.
Okay. Councilor DuPont?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking for clarification on, you're just looking for information on where we're at, but I was under the same impression that we were moving on some of these island pockets.
I think it's been ongoing, but I think this is generally just getting the council, getting a council subcommittee involved, potentially holding some community outreach meetings, getting that council subcommittee more information about costs, about requirements, about all that, and just kind of formalizing the process a little more with council involvement. Certainly it's been worked on, but just, and coming back in a few months with that. But that's pretty much, yes, just get us involved, get us going, and we can be more involved up front driving it. I think so. I think, District 4 is really important. I think the other one would be District 5, I think.
Mm-hmm. Out.
So 5, and then
Aren't there some
there's Pier is your pocket, I think, would be your pocket. But I don't think you have anything in 3. Okay. Okay, yeah, you're up there. Okay.
Would it make sense to have staff provide a report?
It could. I think it's really I think it's complicated. I think there's a lot of issues. I mean, you just saw one today where, in one area, the fire hydrants are different. So things like that can make it very complex. When it comes to the city being a provider of police, fire, water, sewer, all those core services. I don't know. I think, no, Scott, I defer to you on that. What do you think would be the best course?
Yeah, each one's gonna be different, right? I mean, you've got areas that don't have any infrastructure, some that do. There are streamlined procedures for some areas that are predominantly surrounded. There are size requirements. We've done some research, you're right, so we have some information or we can get it very easily. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of the process for annexation, you've got to prepare a legal description. There's a method to go through it. It really depends on how much public outreach and public involvement you want to have in it. That's really where it bogs down. If you want to do the process and you're looking for a tremendous amount of public outreach and you want to see if everyone's got consensus to go forward, it could drag out for years. If you want to use the streamlined process that's afforded to you in Cortese Knox, that could go very quickly. So maybe what we should do is give you high-level options to see what the law provides and talk about some of the specific islands, and then maybe have a general meeting here or at the subcommittee and see what your recommendations are and go from there. I'm open to talking about it. As far as like actual tangible, we're working on it. Like, we've not prepared legal descriptions. We've not prepared like an action plan for each area, but you almost have to go neighborhood by neighborhood and come up with a plan for each one to kind of break it into, we think this area should go through this process or that area should go through that process. That has not been done.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thoughts from the council about the best course to pursue?
So I can speak for myself. People who live in county pockets like Harris Acres along Parsons are reaching out to me, and I'm kind of self-educated, a little bit better than just being dangerous. But I thought the majority of the pockets were D4 and D2. But if others on the council, if more than the quorum of a subcommittee has county pockets, maybe the best next step is some kind of information item. Get the information on the table, and then we could have the same discussion again. Because I almost wonder if, it would help me to have a fact sheet, kind of more than anything at this point, and then kind of funnel that information back to council and Scott.
Sound good? I just think in general, it seems like we need a subcommittee to drive this, either, starting now, before the brief, or with a check-in later on. It's just something with a big political element, and it's just, I think it's a lot on staff to try to. Staff does all the technical stuff and the technical expertise, but we have to do the political side and provide the direction. So I think it's important that that we're involved throughout the process to drive it, or else it's probably given the political complexity, it's probably not going to happen.
I'm also driving it politically. I guess I'm just saying, like, as a matter of math, if the number of council members affected is more than 3, it's going to be. I would want to know. I feel pretty confident that D4 probably has the most of these county pockets.
Yeah, you should be on it for sure,
right? But I mean, I don't know where the others are, right? And so, I would want to be able to make that committee assignment equitably.
With little white circles on it.
I know.
You got the Zoom.
No.
Okay. What if we have,
I was watching and reading an email. I apologize.
Mike or Sarah, who wants to be?
Everybody's looking at me.
Oh, we're looking at Councilor DuPont.
I tend to agree. It may be better also just on a global standpoint to have it come back as an informational item for the whole council, get more information and set the ad hoc committee from there. But it also provides an early outlook for the public to see what the information is as well. So and that might be the best course of action. While I understand the urgency and trying to get an ad hoc committee, I think that is the best informational way forward than making ad hoc currently.
Would you be ready, Scott, to present in a meaningful way without the assistance of the ad hoc committee? Does that make sense? Is there enough information to start?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We know what we're doing.
Okay. No, none taken. When do you think you can do it? But no rush. I know you got it.
Do we need a second before we start deciding dates?
We can
Not
talk
for
about it.
information only.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Thank you, Councilmember Smith.
As the author of the C2 revision, Councilmember DuPont.
When can you come back? When would you like to? No rush.
Shoot for like the first part of September.
Sure.
Full honest month.
Is that okay? All right, September 2nd? 2nd or 15th? All right, doesn't have to be too detailed. All right, I'll come back September 2nd. Thank you. Information only.
Agenda item M5, city council comments.
Councilmember Smith?
Given the hour, nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
A few things. The Mercy Family Practice Clinic ribbon cutting I was at, of course, the Mercado, you know that. The Merced PAL opening, which was a great time. I have a lot of high hopes for that. Christmas in July fundraiser, CI4CI, otherwise known as the Yellow House opening or open house. Valley Tech Logic ribbon cutting. They were in business in Atwater and they've moved part of their operations to Merced, so we welcomed them to Merced. And the Main Street reopening led by my colleague, Councilman DuPont, in the front of the fire truck. There was no candy to throw, but it was almost as much fun, and that's all.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Jean?
I'll defer.
Councilor DuPont?
Nothing tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle?
I'll just make it quick, so there's not that many, but I was a judge at the YPN Rib Cook-Off a few weeks ago. I don't want to see another rib for a while. I will say that right now. Also attended the PAL event, and very excited for the Main Street to be open. Just some of my colleagues that I work with, have come up to me personally just saying how they love just the flow of when they get off the 99 and they just zip right on to Main Street and park and get their coffee at Olo Cafecito. So to me, I feel like we've done a really good job, and I really want to thank our staff for everything they've done in the last few months. Then the question comes up, well, when's Bob Hart Square going to be done? And I said, just one thing at a time, just one thing at a time. So just want to say thank you to everyone.
Thank you, sir. All right, nothing from me, Jennifer?
Okay, agenda item N, adjournment.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right. 12, not so bad.